Good afternoon everybody. Welcome to a lovely little herd of elephants up on quarantine here at Djuma Private Game Reserve in the Savi Sands in South Africa. My name is Tess. I'm going to be your guide on safari for the afternoon. Behind the camera today is Jason, and we have started our drive in a little bit of a shade bumble, to be honest with you. We have got a very hot day here today, and you can see it from the elephants that are hiding in the shade at the moment up on quarantine. But there is a tiny little calf, and I'm wondering if this is the same herd that I saw at Gowrie Dam yesterday afternoon, and if this might be the cheeky little one that had a tantrum when mom disappeared for a bit. You can see the whole family is looking for marula fruits except for the calf. The calf is still trying to figure out what its trunk actually is and what it's used for. And this is the best way for me to start my afternoon. It's just over 30 degrees Celsius according to the weatherman. I would say it's around 36 on the ground. Quite hot. And so we're going to have very similar plans to this happy little herd of elephants today. We're going to be shade hopping, we're going to be dam hopping, looking for any swimming elephants and insects and birds, anything else we can find. And of course, as much as possible, appreciating the breeze and anything that comes along. And we would love to hear from you this afternoon, so if you have any questions or comments, you can send them through. You'll find us at #WildEarth on Twitter. If you're under the age of 18, pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. Or you can register on the WildEarth website, head over to the channel page and submit your questions there. Myself, Rowan, JP and Rexon will be looking forward to hearing from you today. You can see the calf is sticking very close to mom today, almost right under her legs. Well, this is a combination of staying close for safety, but also for observing the adults, because this is a very valuable time in this calf's life. You can see it's already trying to wrap its trunk around plants, and that comes from watching the adults do it. Also, even flapping the ears. You can see every now and then it's not flapping them at the same times, but it's also learning that from the adults. So I think altogether it's going to be a lovely afternoon. I'm excited to have all of you with us, and while we wait to see what our elephant herd does, hopefully they go to Gowrie Dam, we'll have a look at what the weather's doing for the afternoon.
Good afternoon everyone, and welcome here on Safari Live. It's a really great afternoon, very hot day of course. There's no doubt it looks like it's gonna be cloudy at night or early in the morning, by the look of the thing, how hot it's in the area, and also it looks like it's gonna be picking wind. Really, of course, we are looking forward to visit all our waterhole around here. For the afternoon, it will be a huge benefit. From myself, Rexon, this afternoon, and Echo behind the camera, we are looking and wishing everyone that joined us for the afternoon a lovely ride. Although it's very hot, we might benefit a lot visiting all the waterholes that are in the area. Maybe you might get to see lions or leopard in the surrounding. During the day, I was visiting one of the area to the south, our neighboring farm, Hoffman's. On my way, I spotted a leopard crossing the road. That was Shidulu. She was more into this area in the early part of the morning. It's good for me to check from Three House and work all the way down to Makwakwa Road that called Madosa early on. Roaming rhino, lovely temperature. Yes, of course it is. It's a huge benefit for the elephants and lions this time of a day. Of course, if you are doing game drive, going towards Waterhole, they will use the shadow, ambushing around the dams itself. That's the lions. Elephant will be swimming a lot in this kind of a weather, same as buffalo. They will be down the water. All the water dependent species or water mobile species, there will be all of them around Waterhole. So it's very important today to visit from one waterhole to another. I still have a plan for the afternoon. I was really trekking early part of the morning. Trek looked like Talamba. I came all the way down from the south and headed more to the north and crossed into the northern section or northern boundary into our neighborhood. But I believe that she's heading north, but she's going to head more to the east. Due to the weather, of course, it's very hot. I don't think the leopard is active this time. I don't think the leopard will be active this time. And we'll be linking back to Tessa, which is still have the beautiful sighting of an elephant.
Well, if anybody can find leopards in their heat, it's definitely Rexon. What a pleasure to be working with Rexon again. So we are still up on quarantine in the shade of a marula tree watching our family of elephants, and we've just seen something very unusual. This little calf is actually not standing next to its mother right now. It's standing next to another female relative. So I'm not sure where this female fits in because we don't know the history of this herd. But it's tried to suckle from this female a few times now. She doesn't even have mammary glands that are expanding or full. But she's tolerating it. This female is letting the calf try and suckle when the other female is actually the calf's mom and her mammary glands are full of nice warm milk for the baby. And yet the calf is trying its best to suckle from another female, which is very unusual to see in elephants. They're normally very specific. So possibly it's just a small family that's got a very close bond, an older mom with her two older daughters, and then a new calf. And so you'll find that this calf is very used to interacting with the other elephants in this family, and maybe that's why it feels comfortable doing that. But that's definitely a first for me, seeing a calf suckle from another female, and that female doesn't even have milk, so it was a dry attempt. And it looks like it's bending over a bit, and I'd imagine it's busy trying to eat the grass without having to use its trunk. But you can see the backs of the ears are still quite pink, so this is a very young calf. And at the moment just enjoying running between the two different parts of the family as they separate in distance. Now there are quite a few impalas in the background, our normal herd that's up here on quarantine. They're not fazed by the elephants aren't fazed by them. And it looks like we might be heading towards Gowrie Dam. Animal lover, it's all in the name. I like it. Yes, the little calf is very friendly and very confident, going to the different elephants in the herd, trying to suckle, running between them. Very entertaining to watch. Unusual for a young calf. I've been very lucky with elephant calves in this stint. It's been a productive month for me with elephant calves in particular, and gassy elephants. That's been my two highlights of elephants so far. And then, of course, swimming elephants in between. Yesterday afternoon I started with that elephant calf that threw a bit of a tantrum at Gowrie Dam, and I ended with elephant swimming in Chitwa Dam, so I don't think I could have asked for any better. Okay, we're going to try and get closer to them there. They're slowly hopping from marula to marula on their way to the dam, and hopefully we'll get another nice view of that calf.
Welcome back from Tessa and live with the brave heart of elephant. We now here at Zoe's Road, slowly heading to the south. As I promised earlier on, we'll be visiting from one waterhole to another. That will be more benefit for the afternoon. I believe all this waterhole here will be utilized by elephant or warthog or another species. While we're heading across to Treehouse, let us check here if there's no other information. Tracks was this road here called Freeman's Catline. This is one of the roads that live by different species. Of course, traveling from one part to another. What can I see here is a lot of impala because it's amarula season. They were feeding on amarula and they were like everywhere around the spot. I'm gonna head down towards Treehouse and going to check there what might be on that surrounding.
Framed on me on the road. So I am patiently waiting on the road. It seems like the herd of elephants is moving into a little part of the seep line with some silver cluster leaves, and they're coming this way. It's very, very thick, and so I'm not going to off-road to find them in this thicket. I'm sure they're going to come down to the road. So I'm giving it a few minutes. We are in the baking sun. And I can hear the movement, so I'm sure they will be coming this way soon, and I'm really hoping that is the case. But you can just see a bit of grey flurries through the silver cluster leaves there. I can see it's quite a large herd. They seem to be spread out. We were just looking at a smaller portion, possibly separated because of the little calf. But the rest of the herd is fairly close by. They're actually on the edge of camp. And I can just see one or two here and there. But let's have a listen while we are watching. I know it's not a great view, but it's a good opportunity for us to use our other senses to listen to them feeding. You can imagine the leaves being ripped off, the dung balls dropping. I'm sure for these elephants it's just a great opportunity to get some shade and some food at the same time. I can definitely hear dung balls dropping. Wow. I'm going to move a smidgen forward. See if we can find a little gap there, because I can now see they've moved close enough. Yes, there's a small gap of one of the older calves. Spas, things that could cause an upset stomach in elephants would be anything from eating too many marula fruits, which are very high in vitamin C, and when they start fermenting, they go a bit sour, to eating anything else that might upset the elephant's stomach. So too much of one thing, too little of another. Elephants need a pretty good balanced diet, so they need everything from fruits, roots, and grasses, right the way up to leaves, bark, and more fiber. So it's a nice combination of everything. And if elephants have too little fiber or too much fiber, it'll upset the way that their stomach works. And so they'll either have a very solid ball of dung that they can't pass, or very liquid dung that they can't control. So those are the options for elephants. At this time of the year, the most common cause is definitely marula fruits, and you'll even see it in the color of the dung. Particularly bulls that have had way too many marula fruits. You'll see that there's a lot of marula fruits in the dung. It's mostly marula fruits and not enough of everything else, especially the fiber. And it's very bright yellow in color from those marula fruits starting to go sour. And you can see how heavily they're flapping their ears. It is so hot today. I don't think it'll be long before they head down towards the dam. And speaking of the dam, which is where I think they are going to go very shortly, Rowan is ready to say good afternoon, and he is on dam cam.
That is exactly what I was waiting for, Tess. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Jeroen, and I'm on dam cam duty this afternoon. And I'm also waiting for these elephants to come. I was out a little bit earlier at like 12, and all the elephants were still on quarantine. Actually, two separate herds of them, and they just found a shady spot underneath a nice marula where they could feed, and actually the babies were lying down and resting in the heat of the day. Pretty sure Rexon or Tessa told you how hot it is. I think that was Rexon's plan as well, is to head over to some watering holes and see if he could find some elephants swimming. Literally is the perfect weather for it. But so far no luck around here. We do have some impalas here. From what I saw earlier, all males. Usually the one on the right just had a quick drink there, probably about 10 minutes or so ago, and now back to feeding. But you could see them shaking their tails and the paniculus reflex, that shaking of skin the entire time, trying to get rid of the flies, which I'll tell you there are a lot of, especially in the hottest part of the day. So yeah, I'll just keep a lookout around the dam and just wait for the elephants to come. There's another impala.
What do animals do when there's a bushfire, Becky?
Becky, the exact same thing that humans will do is they'll actually try to run away from it, because they also sense it is danger. Just sometimes, sadly, Becky, to be perfectly honest, they can't get away fast enough. But they would try move away from the fire, from the heat, and from the danger. But often you do come across animals still, especially here, Sabi Sands, Kruger National Park, any of these open areas, you do come across animals that have old burn wounds on them. I can't see any elephants just yet. I presume they're coming from that side. Nice and clear day. And that's the most cloud cover we have. Oh, everyone that's out there, hope they put on their suntan lotion.
Say good afternoon at his watering hole.
Let's see how JP's doing at his watering hole. We'll send you across to Pridelands.
Good afternoon and welcome to Eco Training Pridelands. We're at Leopard Dam this afternoon, and what we decided is to start our walk from here, first by spending some time in the shade and wait for the temperature to cool down. At the moment the temperature is roughly some 35 degrees Celsius, however in the direct sun at well over 40 degrees at the moment. We see that there's a number of impalas that came down for a quick drink. I went there first, so my name is JP LaRue, and behind the camera we've got Morgan. There's a few interesting butterflies that was actually flying around a little bit earlier. We just hope that they can actually land and sit still, that we can actually have a better view on them. However, they might be a little bit too far from where we are at the moment. One that we can see from here is actually a common diadem, which is one of the mimics of an African monarch. And there's a number of different butterfly species out here, which actually mimics a number of different toxic butterflies and a number of other insects, which too mimics a number of toxic insects, which looks very similar. In the case of a common diadem, this is a male, so it doesn't look anything like the African monarch and doesn't have the typical orange, black and white colors as the female will have. By sharing the same colors, this simply protects them from potential predators, but you can never be too numerous if you are going to pull this trick off, because if you are too numerous then it's not going to work, and birds will still then go for the toxic African monarch as well. Other butterfly that we did see over here is a citrus swallowtail, which is a yellow and brownish speckled butterfly. It's a fairly large butterfly, fairly commonly encountered right throughout South Africa. And one of the things that I do find particularly interesting is that they generally use citrus plants as a food source for their larvae, and that's where they go and lay their eggs. The other thing that I do also find particularly interesting about the larvae is that it actually mimics the patterns of birds dropping, and therefore is not consumed by birds. So who wants to eat their own scat? Hopefully in the next little few moments we'll start seeing a few more animals coming in to come for a drink. Our impalas are now starting to move away from the dam after they had their drink. We generally find that most of the animals that do come and drink are incredibly cautious. Good morning, good afternoon, Jenna, and welcome to the show. No, unfortunately, we don't have poison oak in this area. But there's a host of other incredibly toxic plants out here, and one of them is actually the tamboti as well. It has an incredibly toxic milky latex, which can even be used for killing fish. Some of the other toxic plants that we also have out here, there's impala lily, and that too has been used for fish poison as well as for arrow poison when it comes to hunting animals. So one of the traditional ways of actually hunting was actually putting the poison behind the tip of the arrow, so that you don't by accident poison yourself by piercing your body with the top of the arrow, with a poison arrow, which has no antidote. Some of the other plant species which we have out here, which is also incredibly toxic, there's a number of plants that look like cactuses. They're actually called euphorbias, and they too have a milky white latex. And you can actually use them for fish poison as well, and you can also use them to the latex by boiling it and actually trapping small little birds.
So not too much changes on the dam cam. We had a male impala just below here. He's now off to the left. He's feeding a little bit in the shade Also there's the female. She joined a little bit earlier, just came for a quick drink. You can see the horns of another male right behind her, and there should be a few more off to her left and also behind her. It almost looked like she wanted a last drink and then decided against it. And he just did not like the taste of the water. Also, they're quite vulnerable when they're drinking, so they usually take a bit of time. Luckily for her, the males were here before she came in for drinks, so it was kind of safe. Oh, but she doesn't want to follow those males. She's going her own route. Unless there's a path there, because you can see to the left the male's coming up from that side. So let's see, maybe she does make a way that way. They look incredibly well and healthy, nice shiny coats. And so there's plenty of food available still. Also plenty of water. And the female's still there at the bottom. And just see the ears shaking every now and then. So eventually she'll pop up where the male to the left popped up. Probably just follow the same small game path there. And we still wait patiently for our elephants to come.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mobile speaking.
So we have moved a little bit closer to Gowrie Dam, but we're not quite on our way there just yet. We've got the little family of elephants. They've joined up with another little family of elephants. And now again enjoying some shade under a marula tree. They're moving all of the dead branches on the floor, trying to get through the long grass, hoping there are still some marula fruits around. Now normally females will be able to knock the tree to get the marula fruits out, but I haven't seen them do that yet. Benny, yes, calves in particular, like the little newborn in this herd, are very prone to things like heat stroke. And that's because at such a young age, they're not so good at temperature regulation yet, and their ears aren't strong enough or developed enough to be able to cool the body down like in an older elephant or an adult elephant. So calves in particular, they have to make sure they're getting enough of mother's milk in and that they're staying in the shade as much as possible. So this is why, I don't know if you've ever seen it, Benny, but sometimes you'll find elephant calves sleeping on the floor underneath their mom's chest to try and get some shade while the mother is resting or feeding. And this is all to do with preventing things like heat stroke and exhaustion. You can imagine it's quite a big change for a calf where it was in mom's tummy for almost 2 years. It was stuck inside there and she was regulating the temperature, and so it was staying relatively cool or normal temperature. To come out of that condition, and now you're all of a sudden in 40-degree heat or 37-degree heat, and now you've got to regulate that on your own. It takes a lot of adjustment. So the calves in particular, the moms are very careful to keep them in the shade, to get them close to water regularly so they can have a bit of a bath if they need to in the heat, and to make sure there's enough milk production to keep the calf nicely hydrated. Adult elephants, I wouldn't think they'd suffer as much from heat stroke because of their experience and because they can mud bath. But if an elephant was stuck in conditions where it had no access to water, there wasn't enough shade, and it was dry conditions, so even the plants didn't have enough moisture because they were all drying out in a drought, for example, then you would have a different scenario where the elephant might get heat stroke. So we've got a bit of an interaction happening on the right there with the tiny calf and one of the older calves. It's walked up to the other one, and it had a bit of a dominance display from the older calf towards the newborn. But now it seems to have relaxed a bit. But you can't even see the newborn in the grass, but it's right at that elephant's trunk. I'm just seeing a bit of movement every now and then. But it shows you how long the grass is over here. This is just on the edge of quarantine, going towards the drainage line at Gowrie Dam. Now you can hear the backs of the elephant's ears hitting on their sides. It's a very heavy and hollow sound. And it's very consistent. It's like a heartbeat in the background. This is probably one of the biggest adaptations elephants of all animals have got. Right, we're going to spend a little bit more time with these elephants and see what they get up to. I'm hoping they go down to the dam for a swim very soon in this heat. But while we wait patiently, we'll go over to Rexon and see what he's up to.
Welcome back from Tessa with the breeding herd of elephant. Of course, they're still slowly going down to the water. There's no doubt in this kind of weather. It's very hot. They will go down eventually into the water and try to swim and cool down the body system. We came into the highest ground of the western boundary, of course, or western sector, this road called Mandosa or Makwakwa Road, which we are now checking in the area. Earlier on, we just spotted the tracks of look like a female leopard heading opposite direction. It might be the same leopard that I spot in the course of a day crossing over more or less in this region on Triple M Road cross to the west. We'll see once we join the next road in front of us, Belanacha Road up to Impala Plains, and check there if there's any tracks, of course, that lead to the west. If not, it could be another leopard that we might not know in the surrounding that headed east. Possibilities, she might be around the drainage line of Fleetmoon's Catland, Tree House, then more to the north in the surrounding if the tracks doesn't lead out in the area. But don't forget, guys, I'm still very keen due to the weather, still driving around to check more in this area. I need the sun to set a little bit low. I'm going to move in the area where I've seen the tracks look like Kalamba. I'm very keen to find Kalamba from today and also tomorrow, if not possible. So we're gonna check that area well and see if we may come across with the information that we want in order to follow up of Kalamba. This morning it was a little bit foggy. Tracks have come south, and then the east suddenly head straight to the north, which they cross the boundary. I have a feeling that she might be, but this time heading back to the east, unless if she decided not to move due to the hotness of a day, she might be still lying down, because leopard in most cases and the lion, if they do move in the course of a heat, it could be something that really driven them to move. It could be competition, of course. If not, it could be going back to the den that has to join with the youngster. I don't see any evidence on this Belanacha Road to the west, so that means the leopard that was on Fleetmoon's Catland is not the same leopard that I've spotted earlier on. It could be maybe Tandy moving on that area to the east. It's one of the area, if we're not lucky checking where the lumber we might think she might be, we can go back in the same area and try to follow up. This time of the day, you need to concentrate quite more into the ground for tracks information, or checking more into the bush. If you're lucky, the grass is very tall. If you're lucky, you might get to see leopard lying down, or moving in a small pen. Visiting all these small pens that are around in the area. Due to the hotness, the leopard, if it drank water, they will be also not go far. Unless if you do have competition with an elephant and other species that comes to the water at the same time. And and driven off by the elephant. Let us see, linking back to Tessa and see what she might find around the waterhole.
Welcome back to Eco Training Providence. At the moment, our elephants have left to go and wander off and go and feed after they've popped in for a drink. What would we have is a number of actually butterflies that have come in for a drink. And quite often we also find that these butterflies will actually go and have a drink on the elephant dung itself. And what they simply do is that they push that little proboscis, the long mouth part, into the dung and then absorb the moisture from the dung. And yeah, at the moment they're just doing it directly from the wet mud where they are drinking. One that we are looking at is a citrus swallowtail, and directly in front of it, it seems like if it's a common joker or leopard. I can't make it out very clearly from here, but the citrus swallowtail is the one that's yellow with all that brown markings on it as well. That's one of the butterfly species which is actually specializes on feeding, where the young will actually feed on citrus plants. And close by to where I live, there's also a large amount of citrus orchards, and this is probably one of the most common butterfly species that we do find out there. There's something else that I did pick up as well. It's unfortunately a butterfly that didn't make it, and this one is known as a yellow pansy. Probably one of my favorite little butterflies in this area. One is known as a blue pansy, and then there's a third species that I get close to home, which is known as a soldier pansy, which is a free species of pansies which we get in this specific area. If you notice, the wind is unfortunately putting it. I'm just going to show you by putting it down over here. Hopefully the wind is not going to blow it away. The wind has just picked up. That's some bright colors on top, and then you'll notice that underneath, with most butterfly species, is actually pale colors. And what they do is by simply folding the wings inward, the bright colors disappear, and the predator that is then looking at those bright colors gets confused, and it now suddenly focuses on dull colors that it can't see, and then generally they start losing interest in their prey. I'm just going to turn it around again, but you can see those beautiful colors, the yellow as well as those beautiful blue spots. Unfortunately, the wind is not being kind to us at the moment.
Welcome back from JP with the butterfly. We just come across the ground scrapper thrush of the elephant dung. Let us observe and learn from the ground scrap shrike what might be really on the elephant dung, what she's after. But to believe at the same time she might be trying to get a lot of insects or fly insect, and also small beetles that might be hatched after the elephant have dropped this down on the ground. We might observe and learn quite a lot from the species. I will be silent and observing from the ground scrap shrike and see what she's going to share with us, and we're going to learn from this specific species with the elephant dung. Might be she wants to take some of the elephant dung and flew off. You never know.
So we have managed to reposition a little bit. We found ourselves a patch of shade right next to the elephants. And you can see everybody's very happily feeding underneath a marula tree. But unfortunately, the sun has moved, and so these elephants are now completely in the sun instead of being in the shade. So what I particularly enjoy seeing on elephants is, the first thing is that there's so much dust on their bodies from all of the sand bathing. Jessica, no, I've never seen a male elephant take care of a baby elephant. And the reason for this is that male elephants are mostly nomadic. So they don't stay in a herd. They, if anything, might be in a bachelor herd. And the only time they come back to a herd is if they're ready to mate, if there's a female in estrus. And during that time, they're usually very high on testosterone. They can be quite aggressive. And so they would actually stay away from the young elephants because they could hurt them quite easily if they get a little bit frustrated or a bit too rough if they're trying to play or say hello. And so the females would be very protective. Even if an elephant calf's mother died, the rest of the family would look after it. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be able to suckle from other females, but if it was old enough, the rest of the herd would look after it. And they would protect it from males in particular because males are a little bit too rough. So the closest that you'll see to males looking after calves is actually when they're young males that are still living with the herd. So under maybe 10, 12 years old, they might play with the calves. But even then, the mothers will get quite grumpy with this because you can imagine a big 12-year-old male elephant is going to be way too strong for even a 1-year-old elephant. The play would be a little bit too rough, and so there's a pretty good chance that the elephant calf will get hurt. And so the moms are quite strict on this as well. So the rest of the little ones are in the shade. They're feeding off of a bush willow instead of trying to get the marula fruits. And I think the reason for this is because you can hear them chatting. The youngsters are getting a bit too hot in the sun. Miles, I think it's a very common misconception that elephants are not too good with their eyesight. It's the same misconception you would find with rhinos. In fact, elephants have incredibly sharp eyesight. If I was standing and it was a fairly open area, I could be standing 100 meters from an elephant, and if I moved my arm, they would notice me. Even further away, they might still notice me. Oh, hello, we've got a new member to the group. Look at you. Just cruising in here while everyone else is feeding. So yes, elephants actually have ridiculously sharp eyesight. They can see you from very far away, and so it can be quite difficult to outsmart an elephant when you're on foot. Because their senses are so well developed compared to all of the other animals, they are probably one of the toughest to outsmart when you're walking. But I'm loving the fact that you can see on pretty much every elephant they are coated in a thick layer of dust. They've had a dust bath to protect from the sun.
Can you be on a radio check from Kentucky?
And in fact, I'm sure they're going to be coated in mud soon too. So this big female is getting a bit unhappy with the presence of this new elephant. You can see she's turned herself around to face it, and she's starting to throw her trunk around. And that's because she's got the little calf here. She's protective of the small calf. She's actually trying to chase the other elephant because it's a young male. Go ahead. Look at that, they're having a bit of a standoff. Now this is exactly what I was talking about earlier when we were talking about males looking after the calves and females getting protective. This is exactly what we mean. That young bull is probably around 15 years old, so not that long that it's been kicked out of the herd, but certainly big and strong enough that it would cause a problem. So she's not tolerating it at all. Look at that. She's the matriarch of this herd, and she's having none of this nonsense. She doesn't want... Oh my goodness, she's broken a tree. She does not want him near her calf at all. Interestingly enough, none of the other elephants have reacted. They have carried on feeding as though nothing has happened, because it's not their job. It's her job as the matriarch to decide who stays and who goes and who's tolerated and who's not. He's standing up to her. I'm quite surprised by this. He hasn't backed off completely. Oh, he's actually having a bit of a go at her there. He's pushing his head forward. You might see the fence in the background. Apologies, we're just on the edge of camp. At the dam on that side. Oh, she is unhappy. Lisa, I'm glad that you find it fascinating. It's not often we get to see an interaction like this, whether a mother is being so protective like that, and the bull is fighting back. I have not seen that from such a young bull. I've seen it from big bulls in must. I've never seen it from a young bull before. Now he does have some fluid streaming from his temples. I noticed that when he walked past. So it's very possible this dominance that he's trying to show... Oh, he's lost his nerve. Oh, he tripped, shame. He tripped on a log. She's passing gas as she's chasing. Oh my goodness. That was crazy. There's just dust everywhere. Oh my word, that was crazy. That was so cool. Okay, the rest of the herd is just not even bothered. They've just carried on feeding as though nothing has happened. But I'm thinking what may have been the cause there is that he might be coming into his very first, or one of his first episodes of must. And so he's high in testosterone. He thinks he's bigger and stronger than he is, and he just didn't want to back down. Shockingly, he didn't want to back down. And so Mom has chased him. She still hasn't come back. She's still standing as a barrier behind the bushes, so I can't see her properly. But she's standing as a barrier between the herd and the calves and that young male. And you'll see now this female, the second oldest female and the next in dominance, she's stepped in. She moved herself between the calves and the interaction so that she's a second barrier in the way to make sure that nothing else will happen to these calves. Now, interestingly enough, when he walked in, he walked straight past the calves. None of them seemed to bat an eyelid. None of them worried. He didn't even interact with them. He went straight to the marula tree, to the big females. And you might actually find with the age of these calves, this female that we're seeing at the moment might be coming into estrus, because one of these calves, I'm sure, must be hers. And the period between calves and elephants is around 4 years, maximum 5. And they're pregnant for almost 2. And the calves look like they're between 2 and maybe 5 years old. So she might be coming into estrus where the other female's got a newborn. This female will be coming into estrus. Maybe that's what the young bull was smelling. And why he so confidently walked up to them as though he was the boss of the show over here. That was amazing. Wow, I don't know if I'll ever see something like that again. I hope I do. But very, very fascinating start to my day. I'm going to try and reposition again. We're going to stay with the elephants and hopefully we'll be down at Gari Dam with them sometime soon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Drylands. At the moment we are busy staring into a Tamboti thicket and seeing what's going on the inside there. We are hoping that there's going to be some animals coming out here very soon to make their way towards a close by dam. There's always a number of different animals that follows a footpath which goes through this little thicket. And at the moment, as it's incredibly warm, the animals that we hope to come through this little footpath is hopefully some elephant or giraffe, which tends to fare fairly well when it is pretty hot. We're just going to do a short silent segment and just listen to the different sounds while we wait for some animals to come past us.
Welcome back with the tour of wild buck vulture. We're sitting right here at the dead tree. We just spotted them taking off. There were quite a few of them. Driving in the area would give a very high scent to look like something has been killed in the area. It's very close to the gate, but we're not going to drive off in the area. It's close to the building. But these guys look like they are more interested in something that already dies in the area. They've spotted it, also smelling it from the distance, and really descend in the area. We just hope maybe later on we'll come back in the area, checking the other side of the road. We have a little bit poor signal on the area where the scent comes from. We're continuously heading maybe to the east, the last position of our tracks of leopard. This is one of the species, of course, when the dead animal in the area, they are the first species that will descend, them and short-tailed snake eagle. I mean, vultures, they can really read the pheromones. They can smell that if there's anything died in the area, catch the pheromones and come in the right direction. It's very rare in some of the area to see many vulture if there's no kill, but soon you get to 3, 4, 5 vulture in this particular area where we are, you know that it might be something that they have died. I've seen more vultures in the area, more especially if a big animal die in the area as far as an elephant. You'll see over 1,000 vultures altogether getting into the kill and able to feed. So vultures is one of the species in the area, no matter it's black, white, Cape vulture, they're endangered. They're in a endangered list around in the area. The reason behind that, some of these species, they get poisoned outside the reserve because they can flew into different areas around in the area, most especially where it might be a dead animal. So it's on that they become more vulnerable and also on the endangered list on that way. It's in the nature of a world. It's in the nature of the vulture to perch in a dead tree But let us look at, let us go back to, or cut back to Rowan and see what might have at the Gary Dam.
Head over to Rowan at Dam Camp. Live.
Good luck, Rexy. I hope you find something interesting. Actually, a little bit has changed. We had a wildebeest a little bit earlier, actually 3 of them that just came charging into where the impalas were. And they came for a drink at this little watering hole, and since they have left. The impalas are still here. And then there were some Inyala that came down just over there a little bit earlier, and they've also just left. Try to zoom in and see if we can find anything else, but it seems that the dam for now is still rather quiet. I think those elephants might take their time and just wait for the sun to die down a little bit, the heat to dissipate before they actually come down to the water, because of course walking in this is very tiring, and they want to save the energy just a bit more. Those are the ones that Tessa is still with. Also, I'm not too sure where the male ran off to, but he definitely did not come in my direction.
Question, Joey. What illnesses do wildebeest usually contract, Joey?
Should be interesting. I'd love to see if Dark Mane makes his way here, because as it stands, he is pretty much right in the middle of the stream if you go straight across there to Gallagher Pan. And I don't think he would have moved at all today, probably just to some shade to get out of the sun. And he probably just spent the entire day there, as lazy lions do. Of course, with his wounds, it's even a bigger thing. Does not want to move at all. I'll be honest, I'm quite thankful I'm in an air-conditioned room instead of out there in the sun. I wish I could find the wildebeest now. Maybe there. See 2 of them in and amongst the impala. As for them, it's 3. There they all are. Got a nice safe spot for them to spend the day, especially in and amongst impala. More ears, more eyes, better security. Much more safety for them, but you can see the tails going completely mad because of the flies and any external parasites that are in the area. Okay, so I will keep sitting on the dam cam while we send you over to JP on bushwalk.
Welcome back to Bushwalk. We just found a feather that belongs to a helmeted guinea fowl, which is one of 2 species of guinea fowl that we find in South Africa. For those of you that are not familiar with guinea fowls, they're fairly large game birds that resemble chickens with white spots on them. It's also interesting that the Brazilians actually refer to them as an Angola chicken, and they were actually imported from Angola into Brazil. And one of the things that they do with them is actually eat the eggs, which is seen as a delicacy over there. I personally never had guinea fowl eggs before, but a few things I do find also quite interesting about the guinea fowls is the origin of stories where these spots come from. One of them is actually a very ancient story, and that is where a prince was murdered, and his three sisters eventually was grieving for the loss of their brother, and their tears is what created the spots on side of the guinea fowl. But there's also a Swahili story, which I find particularly interesting, of a guinea fowl and a cow that became friends, and as they ate together and lived together, they quite often had to actually duck and dive from lions that would like to catch them. In this case, the guinea fowl always distracted the lions away from the cow. And one day the cow decided to actually, out of gratuity, actually dash some milk over the feathers of the guinea fowl, giving him this white spots that he could more effectively hide himself from potential predators. And that's specifically what the purpose of these spots is, and especially when these birds are in the shaded areas, it breaks up the whole shape of the guinea fowl. There's a few interesting things that we generally can tell about feathers, and in this case this feather was lost when it was actually dust bathing, and we could find that there was actually a footprint next to the little dust bowl which was created of the guinea fowl. But other times we'll notice if a feather has been bitten off over here, but it looks like if it's been done with a nail clipper, then we'll know that it's normally been plucked by a mammal predator. We generally find tears along the vein of that feather, then it's generally a bird of prey that plucked the feather out of the guinea fowl itself. So one of the things that I do find particularly interesting with guinea fowls is that they actually will form quite large flocks outside the breeding season, but when it does come to the breeding season, then they will actually form monogamous pairs. And we also see that they've got a large amount of young at that point, and they also have large clutches of eggs, but a very low success rate when it comes to actually raising those guinea fowl itself. And we also see is that these guinea fowls have been, in recent years, been imported into a number of different countries, such as the United States, and they've specifically been released in areas where there's high Lyme's disease outbreaks. So when we do look at the diet of guinea fowls, it includes both seeds as well as insects. And the insects that they do take out here is termites as well as large amounts of ticks. And I've often watched them quite close by to grass stems, hopping up and picking those ticks off. Well, we are looking at our feather and see what else we can find around here. Let's go and see what Tess is up to.
Thank you, JP. Feathers are the bomb. I love feathers. It's my little pointer, my lilac-breasted roller feather. So I've left the elephants. They looked like they were headed into the drainage line, unfortunately not towards the dam, but I'm hoping for Rowan's sake that they might arrive at the same time as Darkmane. We'll be in for a treat. And in fact, while we were sitting in the elephant sighting, I could hear bushbuck's alarm calling from the drainage line where Gallagher Pan is. And that's where Darkmane was. So maybe Rowan will get lucky. Maybe Darkmane is on the move. Maybe the elephants are at the same time. I am on Taxon's Road. I came to have a look for any fresh hyena tracks to see if perhaps there might be more activity around here. I've been searching the old den sites. No luck yet, so I'm thinking that Corky, if she has had cubs, is in one of the den sites that maybe we don't know of yet. There are so many termite mounds in the area. She could have chosen any one, to be honest. So we're just going to keep trying, and hopefully we might manage to find her and follow her. That would be the best and most reliable way.
You are.
But because she's been so quiet recently, it's also an indication for us that she's got cubs somewhere. But the plan is from here to go to Treehouse Dam, have a look what might be around there, and then we'll go down towards Twin Dams, Baboon Pan. I know Lunga was around that area this morning in Little Gowrie, so maybe she's come a bit further north towards Twin Dams. And we heard reports of some lionesses around as well, so I want to see if maybe it might be Purple Eye and Chela from the Nkahumas that have left the sub-adults again. So much going on today. So much. Of course, like Rexon was saying, it's a bit hot still for them to be moving. Natalie, the high risks of bumbling in the bush. Well, the biggest one at the moment is probably severe sunburn and heat stroke. I think that would be our main risk at the moment. Because we have spent time in the bush and because we're all pretty experienced out here, the animals themselves are not really a risk to us. If anything, it would be something unexpected or the sun. Because we can predict animal behaviors and movements, and because we can read animals really well, the animals themselves are not a danger or a threat to us. Yes, it's a potential danger, but I wouldn't consider it high on my list, actually. The bigger dangers would be something like maybe something goes wrong with the vehicle, or you're off-roading and break the vehicle, but you might be in a difficult situation where there might be elephants or something around, then you can't move. So it would actually be more human-induced errors that would be big dangers along here. For me, it would be tripping over my own feet. That seems to be my big risk everywhere I go. And of course, sunburn. Wow, that sun is so bright. Sorry, Jason. I did not realize the reflection was going to be so bad. Let me try and move back. That reflection is something else. That's better. Slightly different view of the dam this afternoon, because the reflection was so bright from this hot afternoon sun that the next big danger for us would have been damage to our retinas from the reflection. Eye damage. But yes, I suppose there's a few dangers of the job. A little bit of danger involved anytime you're in an area with the big five. Never underestimate animals, but it's always good to know as much as you can about them. But I suppose another potential risk, which we don't really like to think about, but of course we have to talk about, is the risk of poachers. We're living in an area where there are rhino poachers, there are pangolin poachers, and there's a very real chance that you could bump into them on a safari. And so you really don't want to be face to face with armed poachers. But we'll get into that another time. I'm going to send you over to Rexon while we sit at the dam and have a look what's here. It sounds like he's got a surprise in the grass.
Welcome back from Tessa. We are right here in the area where we spotted the vultures taking off from the trees, and some of them, they were really patching up in the trees, waiting. And also follow up in the area, we have a strong scent. Look like something have died here. We just come across with this single hyena. It could be more than that. The strong scent that is here, it might attract a lot more species as far as all predators around. Even a lion can come and investigate here. Leopard can do that. We never know. We haven't found yet what this hyena is up to, what might be the carcass around in the area. I'm not sure the name of this hyena, but it's one of the Juma clan, if I am correctly. And of course, he's enjoying a meal here underneath the tree, and it's a little bit cooler. You tend to see most of the time hyena in this time of a day. They would like to go down towards the water and just swim or wallow in the mud to cool down the body system. It's one of the species, as far as my experience. If a hyena gets food and get full itself or eaten well, they easily get overheated and they need to cool down the body system. It's in the nature. It's one of the high blood pressure species animal that really require to go down and cool down the body system, same as the other rhino used to do that in most cases. So with this hyena, we'll follow up in the area later on. We are glad because we come across with this single hyena and the vulture. It's a very great sign to tell that if you read the bush well and understand the knowledge of the bush, the more vulture you see in the area, that tells you there's something that die in the area. We did figure out soon we get into the surrounding that something that has to be killed in the area or something that died in the area. If it's not a kill that stolen from a leopard, it could be an animal that died itself, because the scent itself is very high. Hyena will discover blood of any animals if it get to be killed in the area, especially late in the afternoon. It's really hyena very, very strong when it comes to scent. They have a well-developed sense of smell. They can smell a blood from a distance, which these guys, they rely on the heat. If anything dies in the area, they will circle around above and catch the thermon and get into the direction and navigate the direction where the thermon comes from. And how actually they find the kill. Such amazing. The two species that are here, the one of the species in a group of terrestrial consumers, or the animal that die in a surrounding. The last is these guys are going to eat, and hyena. If a lion die, nothing can touch it. Sometimes you might find that hyena and the vultures, they're going to consume. That is very, very important. Hyena boy, reckon that is in Tima. I'm not really knows all these hyena that are in our surrounding. I'm glad because we have all the WildEarth followers that know this animal like they know the domestic animal, of course, which is a great program for everyone able to identify all these kind of species. I respect on that. It's a really great program. Whoever started that is such a great hyena. To identify a hyena is not any easy. Of course, I've been in the wild for long. I look at hyena all the same, but most of our viewers, they can manage to tell Ntima, Swazi, Ndebele, and all that. It makes me more excited once they get identified. Or the hyena that move into area. It could be a piece of meat that the hyena really in the area discover and finish that. He might be going down to the water hole. There's a puddle of water just across vehicular axis. Let's take this opportunity and see what might be done. Maya, there's two ways that the hyena can cool themselves down. It's just going down to the water and dip themselves into the water. Water always get a little bit cold now if it's too hot. And the second option hyena can do to cool down the body system is to find a very suitable shadow and lie down on that area. It provides more shadow, is how actually they cool down the body system easily. They're always into the shadow or going down to the water or wallow. That's one of the method that they can do, wallow in the mud, because the mud got moisture. It kicks themselves, and while it's still wet, it's able to cool down the body system. Same as us, when you run, you feel like you're too hot, you just pour yourself with water from your head, whatever. You feel like you're cooling down your body system. Exactly the same, Maya, with the hyena. The two things they do, wallowing or in the water, or find a suitable tree that provide a very best shadow. That how actually they cool down the body system. So let's investigate where the hyena was lying down. We'll be checking the area and see what might be.
Welcome back to Eco Training Providence. We're still at Leopard Dam waiting for elephant and giraffe to come in for a drink. So far we had a number of impalas that quickly sneaked in for a drink and then moved off. As we arrived here, there was also a small number of elephants that had a quick drink and then also made their way on to go and feed and go and rest in the shaded areas. At the moment, we're just going to do a short silent segment and allow you to listen to the different sounds of nature while we share some of the images of the surrounding area with you. You'll be able to hear some emerald-spotted wood doves calling in the background, as well as some cicadas, which is singing in the trees.
Welcome back. We still in the area. The hyena just left the area, but what we can really figure out, because whatever the hyena was chowing, it have a high scent. So the hyena might be finished on whatever they were eating here, but it's moving in this direction. Possible it might be going down. There's one of the elephant wallows right in front of us. We're going to check there if the hyena is now dipped inside the water. As I was referring earlier on, hyena, they will use water or mud to cool down the body system, more especially in a very hot weather like today. Let's see here if there's still water or not. It will be a very good experience if we may find this hyena here, and we can all understand how hyena works. It's not yet here. It might be still in the thicket. Like once more here. We're currently at Vietela axis on the Buarbin Wallows, just south of the road, east of Vietela axis. Oh, sorry. From the gates. The grass is very tall here. No, I have no doubt the hyena is still in the same area, just hidden well because the grass is very tall. Even if hyena haven't finished the kill, to spot the carcass in the area, it will be very difficult in this time of the year. The grass is very tall. So we'll put a branch for anyone like to see or find that and follow up later on in the surrounding. It will be very much useful. This is bush communication. We'll leave this area because the hyena look like is playing here. It's more to our right, and there's a lot more thick, a lot of more fallen trees around in the area. To follow up on this hyena, it's not going to be easy. So let's go and check one of the area, of course loved by the Tabangume male, send the fetch north towards the perfect boundary to the east. I'm gonna check that area. Is the last area to the east where we have spotted the tracks of look like Kalamba. I'm very positive by this time because it's starting to cool down slowly. You may find that this hyena have stolen the kill from the female, maybe Kara, because Kara is one of the young females around in the area. If you kill a fully grown impala, it's very easy to lose the kill from hyena, especially after 2 to 3 days. We'll be linking back to Rowan, which is really operating on the dam cam, and see what you might be getting on that surrounding.
Black Rexy, really hope you find everything except the water. Not much happening. The impala and the bees that were behind us a bit earlier, they've gone. The vehicle. So let's just focus on the dam. Still waiting for Tessa's elephants to come down. That hasn't happened yet. There's an impala in the distance. So they don't seem to move too far, luckily. As you learn a hard way with vultures and tracking. I worked with a tracker once that always, every single time, doesn't matter if there were 2 or 3 vultures in a tree, he would walk. He would say, no, there must be something there. And more often than not, there was not something there. So what I've learned is whenever you only see one type of vulture, say even if it's 6 or 7, check the weather conditions. If it's a cloudy, windy day, they're not really going to fly and they'll just roost. But once you start seeing white-backed vultures, hooded vultures, white-headed vultures, then go for a walk. You'll find a carcass. Other days, of course, when it's cooler weather, they just don't want to fly around because being such big birds, it takes a lot of energy for them to fly. It sounds like Tess has a bit of a surprise for you guys, so we'll send you back over to her.
I wish it was the elephants coming to the dam for Ryan. I feel bad that they haven't come down yet, but what can we do? We can't really control the situation. I wanted to come and check the Mulawati drainage line because it's a fantastic place to be, especially on such a hot afternoon. You know what it's like. The breezes funnel through the drainage line, nice and shady, soft sand. And lo and behold, everybody, it has paid off. We've got some lionesses. Now we've got a lovely lady lying down over here, looking very nice and relaxed. And the other one is actually very well hidden in the grass further up the drainage line. So all we can see of her is a bit of her ear, to be honest. You can see in the grass way up ahead there, you can just see part of her side and a bit of her ear sticking up. In fact, it took me a solid probably 3 minutes just to locate her when we got here and actually notice she was lying there. Got a tawny-flanked prunier calling in the background. And now what I would like to do is, while we are sitting with the lionesses, we'll have a look at this one that's a little bit closer to us in the open view. And we want to try and figure out which lionesses they are. Now obviously it's going to be quite tough to tell with a lioness where you can only see a paw and an ear. But this lioness we can see clearly. She looks fairly big. I can see a little piece of her nose and it looks a bit pink in the middle. And she has still got some darker markings on her belly. So possibly a young adult female. Yolandi, that's a really good question. So this is one of the things that determines what family a cat belongs to, and that's why the big cats, except for the cheetah, belong in the family Panthera. So if you have a look at her paws, especially the one that's flat on the sand, so not the one that's turned up, but the one that's flat, have a look towards the end of her toes. You'll see a little black tuft of hair on each toe. Now this is the sheath. The sheath is where the claws will be. Oh, hello girl. And that is where the claws will come out and retract back into. So they do have retractable claws, and the reason for this is because when they're walking, they're not going to be an animal that's going to use speed for a long amount of time. So they'll be walking along. They don't want to have their claws out because it's going to make the claws blunt. They don't need it. They've got their toe pads and their palm pad on the bottom of the paw. This is the support that they need to walk, and to walk very quietly so that they can stalk. They can't use the same strategy as something like a cheetah, which doesn't have retractable claws, because a cheetah is really light and really fast. So it's adapted a completely different method of hunting where it can use speed over quite a distance. That's why a cheetah needs to have claws. It can't afford to have retractable claws because it needs the traction of the claws to help it move fast for a long distance. Lions, leopards, tigers, those animals or those cats will have retractable claws. And this is because they're going to stalk very close up to something. So they don't want to use their claws for that because they need it to be really quiet on their approach, really soft. So they use the soft padding. And as they get closer, you can imagine in this drainage line, she would need to get to within 5 to 6 meters, maximum 10 meters from something if she was hunting it. And then she's going to use the approach of surprise. As she gets close enough, she'll bring out her claws, use them to grab onto the animal that's gotten a fright and hasn't had a chance to run away yet, and then she can pull it down using the claws. But because she has to stalk really close, she doesn't need her claws before that moment. So by keeping them retracted, she keeps them sharp. And this is a massive advantage for hunting. It's a strategy that leopards and lions had to adapt, and tigers actually, because they're much bigger and heavier than the cheetah. They physically cannot run as fast. And so they had to be able to develop the camouflage, the strength, to be able to bring something down at very close quarters, very close distance. I do want to try and have another look at the other female, but we're going to have to get closer if we want to have a look at her. So I'm going to move there just now, but for now, I am having a look if there's any distinctive marking on this lioness. She has got a scar on her belly, just below her chest. Better, we might get to see her face. You can see she had a puncture wound. It looked like that's healed behind her shoulder on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, just the odd spots. I would love to have a look at the scarring on her face to see if it might have scarring like Chela. Because my initial instinct when I heard that there were 2 lionesses on their own is either part of the Talamatis that split and have had cubs, although this one doesn't look like she's had cubs recently, or part of the Nkuhumas, either the mothers of the 7 cubs or Chela and Purple Eye that have been with the sub-adults. And I would think that would be more likely considering that the Talamatis have been moving. Go ahead.
Do you mind if I join you with that lot, Zingala?
Make your way.
Yeah, I'll be coming from Gary, man. Down the middle of what here.
Copy. Alright, so while we try and have a nice close look at this lioness, let's just have a listen. There are so many birds calling. Maybe we'll get lucky and the other lioness will come over and join her. Just absolutely gorgeous to see her relaxing in the shade and the soft sandy riverbed. I could join her. It's so nice and peaceful down here. Oh, the other lionesses just sat up. They must have heard something. I don't know what they heard. It was quite a bit before the other vehicle got you, so something else. Go ahead. The other lioness is yawning, so maybe she'll be coming over. Absolutely.
Welcome back from Live with Tessa. We are now here heading more to the east along Gari Befesuk boundary. This is one of the road that normally it's great, more especially from the beginning of the drive. To check this road, you can able to know what is in your property from moving from one part to another is more important. Now, more or less, this is the area where we have last seen the tracks of a female leopard crossing into our left. So I'm predicting now from here to the east up to so-called Befesuk Dam itself. Along this road, somehow we might get to see an evidence of a leopard tracks crossing to the left, to the right. It's in the nature of a leopard during the course of a hunt. Of course, they will overlap the areas from one part to another. But normally, what gives me courage about Talamba, I know this best spot, the best denning site where she keeps the youngster. Although now they're no longer hidden, no longer hidden in a den. She will be leaving them from time and again in the area where she's more confident, where it's thick and able to protect the thickness, able to protect the youngster from other species, of course, because they can climb the tree easily. So it's more into our right. I believe that north of Galago, from Tamboti Dam on the drainage line up to the second drainage line called Gari Cut Line, it's very quite common. Our leopard that grew up in the area, in the historical background of Juma, all from Karula and Tandy, Shadow, all different sort of a leopard that's been in the area. They utilize the same spot. So I believe so that Talambash is not far from the area. JB wants to know what's the difference between lion and leopard track. Thank you, JB. Let's take an opportunity for answering your question about lions and the leopard. Lion tracks, as you can see.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of action here. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, two nyalas have come down into the drainage line, and this is what the lioness heard. I was wondering what she heard earlier. And she has heard these nyalas. Looks like a young male and a female. And you can see she's gone straight into stalk mode. Oh, there's another one coming down, and another one. She is flattening herself in the grass. She's flattened her ears, and she is very interested in these nyalas. They have no idea that the lions are here. But look at that alertness. She's lying flat with her head straight up, neck extended. And she's trying to use the cover of the drainage line to assess whether she can get closer. So we have got a branch in the way. I'm just going to move it for you. Okay, so she's lost interest. It seems like the nyala's noticed that she had her head sticking out, so you could see the one was staring. And it must have noticed her. She is moving her head a lot more now, so she's listening and scanning to see if there are any other nyalas that might come down. Now she might have to reevaluate. She might actually come over to this female and join her. Oh, that was so exciting to see her half hunting there, busy stalking. I'm going to see if I can move this branch a little bit. Oh, that did not work at all. That did not work at all. Yes, it is amazing to see. There we go. That might help much better. And it has been a very action-packed day between the elephants and the lions. I think we've been very lucky already. And Rexon with his hyena. But I'm wondering if she's going to come over this way so we can try and get a nice view and determine if these are the Nkuhumas or the Talamatis. Oh, apparently there has been a third lioness close by. So this is quite confusing because we know that 3 of the Talamati lionesses moved off towards the Mbali male. But also 3 Nkuhuma lionesses have just had those 7 cubs from the Nkuhumas. But I've been chatting with the other guide that's here, Leon, and we've been comparing the condition of these lionesses to the lionesses in the Nkuhuma pride. These seem like they might be looking a little bit more scarred than the Nkuhumas. So I'm not sure if anybody thinks that they have an ID on these lions. It would be much appreciated if you do. Let's have a look at the closer one again, Jason, and we can have a look at the scarring on her side. Just behind her shoulder you can see some scarring, and on her stomach there's a scar. We haven't noticed any suckle marks or anything like that, so I'm really not 100% sure which ones these are. So you would expect with the Talamatis, I know at least one of those lionesses has given birth, but they were quite far east. They would have very heavy mammary glands still because those cubs would still be absolutely tiny. The Nkuhumas, they should be weaning at the moment. So it'll be interesting to see what we come up with here. This female to me looks like amber eyes in terms of the color of her eyes, but the scarring doesn't match up. But we'll see how it goes and let you know.
Welcome back. We're still checking from Gari Pacific boundary, yet no tracks, and look like what I got here, tracks of an elephant. A baby elephant, which we're crossing here and playing tiny little tracks of horse. Not yet, no tracks of leopard crossing from one side to another. I'm still gonna continuously heading straight to the east along this boundary and complete up to Cheetah Cut line. Is how actually I can know where this particular leopard is. If the track's still this side, I'll know that the leopard is still there. But remember, don't forget, we still have a tracks of another leopard that went straight east along Gari Flemon's cut line into the drainage line. So if I'm not successful checking here for the tracks of Kalamba, I will be really checking the same area of Philemon's deep up to the east. I'm going to concentrate fully in this road. I'm really keen to see if we may be able to see Kalamba and the cubs. It's a great start today, of course, checking the area as we are now on the cart lines, see where the leopard might be, but definitely this morning tracks that were at quarantine, that's Kalamba tracks. So she's in and out in the area. I won't really, it's very thick at the moment. It's not easy to spot a leopard or follow a leopard once it's off into the thick bushes. But we can really check possible areas where she might cross over, or she might be again leaving the cubs when she go for hunting. Not forget, I mean, the size of our lions and the leopard. JB asked the question earlier on. The leopard tracks is smaller, as you can see. Or if you're watching Safari Life now, we look at the size of a lion that with Tessa and compare with the leopard. The leopard is such smaller. Also, the tracks is very small compared to a lion tracks. There's similarities, but the size are different. Lions is a big track, where leopard is very small, which does have, from the track itself, it shows 3 lobes at the back of the tracks. Is how actually you may get to identify between leopard and the lion. A perfect area for a leopard to lie down. Lots of tamboti trees, especially on these marshy drains. You find that the leopard would lie down, utilizing the shadow that's very close to the marshy drain, also provided by the big canopy trees that along the riverside of the drainage line. Let's head up into Bedford Dam. I believe that the only water source that might be in the area, if it's not Hyena Road on the Elephant Paddles, it could be Bedford Dam. Quite more information there. If a leopard is being on that area, we'll able to read. If not, we'll also able to know that the leopards haven't been there. Then we'll concentrate furthermore to the east. It's very interesting what I can read on the ground for the last 2 days. You can tell that a lot more animal, hyena. Also, there was a leopard tracks, but very old. It's not something that we can follow up. But of course, there is the activity of a leopard around in the area. Don't forget, as we said today, the weather is very hot. You might find that we're early, but we might be in the right track to find this leopard. While we find that the leopard is lying down, not yet active. Maybe later on the leopard will get active. That you cannot predict, but we're looking forward. We might double check the area later on if there's any tracks leading out of the area. And I will be linking back to Tessa with the video for lions.
Okay, we have promptly gone back to sleep now that the drama with the Nyalas is over. And it looks as though our lionesses are very relaxed. Now I'm wondering how far away the third one is that they mentioned. I think it's on Little Gowrie, so it's quite a bit further south. But I am hearing via the grapevine that this might be the Torchwood lionesses from the Torchwood Pride. Now, I'm not sure if this is true. I've never ever seen, oh hello girl, I've never seen the Torchwood lionesses before. I've never seen any members of the Torchwood Pride. But I do hear the Birmingham young male joined the Torchwood young males, which is quite exciting. But I think that lioness is hungry. She keeps hearing things and looking around. I think she's hoping those Nyalas are going to be moving through the drainage line.
I am leaving the single dagger boy.
This lioness is also hearing something. So I'm wondering if the other lioness might start coming down. To me it would almost make sense. Yes, this, I don't recognize this lioness at all. Look at that face, it's so angular. Kimberly, yes, lionesses will get isolated from the pride occasionally. It's not a common occurrence, but often what happens is because the lionesses will isolate themselves to give birth, you might find that if something happens with the pride or there's a bit of a scuffle or a territorial change, I can hear something walking in the grass towards us, and it's definitely what this lioness has heard. Then you might find that they might end up separated from the pride accidentally. And they might not find their way back again if the prides have started shifting in dynamics like we're seeing at the moment with the Talamatis and the Nkuhumas. But it might also happen if, for example, a lioness feels there's not enough food in the pride. She might move with her cubs or her sub-adult cubs and completely fend for herself if she feels that there's not enough food being brought in for the cubs. And occasionally you might find that a pride might isolate a female and leave her behind if she's injured, but only very, very heavily injured. So it's quite a rare occurrence, but it does happen. Usually though it's the males that get isolated. Yes, these lionesses are definitely still a bit hungry. Oh, back to sleep. So this lioness, I've been quite surprised when she looked up. I don't know if you noticed, but she had a very angular face, quite a thin face. Definitely not a lioness that I recognize. So maybe it is the Torchwood females. Maybe we got lucky today and we've recorded something new on Djuma. For quite a while we haven't had much like that.
Afternoon and welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. We quickly popped in at Buffalo Pan, and the reason why we specifically came to this pan is to see if there's any fresh tracks of a lion or leopard that came to have a drink over here. And recently we noticed that there's a specific female leopard in the area that has a fairly young cub and a sub-adult that sometimes associates with her, that often will come and have a drink over here. And she uses this drainage line over here, which she then uses for cover as well as for hunting purposes. So we thought that we maybe would share some interesting things with you about tracking and how to actually assess a track. The first thing that we always want to do when it comes to tracking is that we actually want to get the light right and the direction right. So the first thing that we will always do is put the track between ourselves and the sun. In this case, I've just did it a little bit different so that we can get the camera in a perfect position. That actually enables you to actually see the track better. In some cases, if we are actually tracking under poor light conditions or at night, we'll actually use a spotlight or a torch to actually illuminate the track to actually study it better. With a little bit of practice, you actually become pretty good at it at night time by simply tracking with a torch. The next thing that we want to ask ourselves is, where does that track fit into which group? And the different groups of tracks that we generally look at as those where animals will step on its whole foot, such as baboons and monkeys. And secondly, we'll ask ourselves, is it an even or uneven-toed animal that walks on a hoof? In this case, it's the third category, which we refer to as digit-grade foot structures, where the animal has pads that enables it for soft walking and stalking. And this track is one that belongs to a female leopard. And we can see that this track was made well before the rain came, and it had already filled up with some debris inside the track itself. Generally, if a track has been freshly made, the edges will be sharp and crisp, but over time it will actually start crumbling, and that can be due to wind as well as heat and other factors. Then we also want to determine if that track is old, fresh, and if it's really reasonably or intermediate to that, and if it's worth our while actually following up. If it's not fresh, then simply you're wasting your time.
Welcome back from Live with the Lions. We're now in the area of Befesuk Dam, where I've chosen the thickest part of the Befesuk Dam road east from the dam itself. It's really, really important again to check this area. You might find that because this area provide a lot of shade against the road. Who knows? You never know. Maybe the lumber of the cubs nesting on the road. That can happen, because also a leopard would like an area like a road where it's a little bit opening, where they can see the enemy come from the distance. And against to the left of us is a drainage line that leopard all the time will utilize the area, especially having youngster for security, of course, away from the other species that they're competing when they want to really go for the youngster. We're gonna check Befesuk back into the cut line, cheetah cut line straight to the south. We're trying to check if there are any tracks that cross over. Yet there's no tracks of any leopards that came into sport, even tracks of a dominant male Mulawati. I haven't seen any tracks, so it means that the last track that we saw early part of the morning that lead out, that was a fresh tracks of a leopard that moves around in the area. But you never know, guys. Stay with us. So on the search of a leopard, we'll really want to achieve something before the sun goes down. We don't know where the leopard is, but the way we have planned our drives definitely will come out with some information. If it's not a leopard, it will be a real information that colleagues can follow out. I mean, my colleagues can follow up in the morning, try to find this a female leopard with the cubs. I've checked the area where normally leopard will come, especially for water. There is no tracks. Then I'll check the central part of the farm, the road called Central Road, all the way down to the Midley Farm, and check those areas further to the south. There's no way we might find information in the surrounding. We'll be linking back to Tessa with the hunting lions. Maybe I might be lucky for an afternoon seeing a kill.
Oh, that would be amazing, Rex. Wow. Imagine if you found Kalamba and cubs and I had a lion hunt. Could a day get any better than that? And we've had elephant action, and you had a hyena cub. What are the chances? Or a young hyena anyway. What a day that would be. But as is, I feel like we've been very spoilt already. I don't think we could reasonably ask for much more. Rexon's radio might not be working.
Yeah, well, that's very clear.
Can I help with anything? I'm just chatting to help the guys find Dark Man. They're wanting to go and see if Dark Man is still a Gallagher pan. It's a bit hot though. I feel like he would have moved into the drainage line. Please go again. Your message was not clear.
Michelle,
Lioness.
might be live on WildEarth.
The lioness is still very interested in something. So I think they are hungry, and I do think that these are the Torchwood lionesses. So it might be worth adding that to the list. Having the Torchwood lionesses in the Mulawati drainage line to kind of explain where we are. We are probably 70 meters north of Twin Dams. So we're really not far at all from the hyena den. See if I can show you. Gotta try and keep this still. How's that, Jason? Is that good?
Yep.
Okay, so here's Twin Dams. Here is the Mulawati drainage line, and we're about there. Just at this crossing. In between those two. So we're literally just north of Twin Dams at the moment. So it's quite interesting that if the Torchwood Pride is coming over here, if we're looking at the changes of the Pride dynamics at the moment, the Talamatis have moved all the way off the western side. We can't even see the property that they're on anymore. The Nkuhumas with the sub-adults have been here off of Simambili, northwestern boundary. And the lionesses with the cubs have been hanging out in this area, Little Gari down towards Chitwa Chitwa. Dark Mane is over here at Galagopan, right up at the top. We've been hearing lions calling all along Buffelshoek Cut Line recently, but mostly from this area, so possibly Torchwood as well. And then we think Blondie and Mohawk are along here as well in the south. So quite a lot of strange dynamics happening at the moment. Very nice to know that we've got Torchwood lionesses on the property, because in the time that I've been watching, and the time that we've been here at Djuma, or that I've been here at Djuma specifically, we haven't really seen the Torchwood lionesses here, or the Torchwood Pride. And I get excited as soon as I hear Torchwood Pride, because I know that my favorite young male from Angala, some people know him as Osindile, the young Birmingham male, he joined the Torchwood males. So I always get this little fuzzy feeling in my heart when I think about it. So our lioness is up again. We can see she has not had a meal. Have a look at that stretch, and there she goes. She has not had a meal, and I'm sure she's hungry and looking for food. She's got a bit of a growth on her left shoulder that I can see. Oh, and there she goes down again. Nadia, the current position that the lionesses are in is absolutely an advantage for hunting. So unfortunately those nyalas did spot her while she was moving, but if they can stay in the long grass just on the sides of the drainage line, animals have to cross the drainage line to get to the other side, whether it's for water or for anything else. At some point animals have to cross the drainage line. Also, it's nice and cool down here. The wind is funneled, which means that their scent might not blow towards the other animals. And of course, on top of that, if they've got enough cover and they can stalk close enough, not even other animals like birds will see them. So it's a huge advantage to be down here. They've also got the advantage that if an animal is up on the bank and it's looking across, it won't look down into the drainage line necessarily. Because it's so thick, it'll only be able to see across. So the lionesses can use this as a vantage point to listen for anything coming from either bank. It is very peaceful down here, very still. So I'm not sure if we'll have any other animals coming down. I think we might a bit later. But you can hear even the birds are quite quiet. I definitely don't recognize these. Oh, wow. Lionesses, she looks as though she might have fullish mammary glands. She's got suckle marks. That's a better view of a lioness. So the pads on the back of the ankle actually don't have a function. It's just a residual pad. So because the foot and the ankle is a bit extended, it would naturally have formed part of the foot or the underside of the foot. But it actually doesn't have a function anymore. It's still just there at the moment. A lot of the times it's where you might have found a residual dew claw. Yeah, they definitely need food. She's a very dark lioness compared to the other one. The other one looked quite a bit lighter. The way she's walking is making me wonder. Look at her hips, they look a bit stiff. So we've had a remark that they look like they have quite long legs. Is it actually like that, or is it just because they're thin? So it's a combination of both. They do have pretty long legs for lionesses, which is why I say they look a little different to the lionesses we're used to. They're a little bit more angular, if that makes sense, a little bit more elongated. But they are also skinny, which means that adds to the look of the long legs. So it's an optical illusion as well as a genuine reality. It's a bit of both. Hello, gorgeous girl. See, now you can hear a squirrel alarm calling in the background. This is what I was talking about when I was saying the other animals might pick up their movement. Might have seen the other lioness going up onto the other bank. You can see she's quite awake. Her tail is moving, chasing flies. She's listening for the other lioness because she disappeared up the bank. The way she's lying, what you can see quite beautifully is her muscles in her shoulder and her forearm. She is a very muscular and built lioness.
Gowrie Treehouse.
If you come north from Gowrie Main through the Mulawati, so basically north of Twin Dams in the Mulawati drainage line, you'll see me. I'm with them at the moment, one in the drainage line, one up on the bank.
Okay, copy, yeah, copy, yeah. You're coming out 3 out of 5 for that copy, thanks.
She's definitely interested in what the other lioness is doing. That poor squirrel is going to go hoarse by the end of today from all of its alarm calling. I don't know if anybody disagrees with me. I know it's quite unusual for us to be sitting with lions and we don't have a positive ID, and nobody seems to have a positive ID. This is what's making me believe more than anything that these are the Torchwood females instead of Talamatis or Nkuhumas, because they look different. And nobody seems to be 100% sure, where normally we have a very quick ID on the Nkuhumas and the Talamatis. But look at her face. You can see it is a bit more angular than the lionesses we're used to. It looks triangular almost. She does look fairly young. She has a pinkish nose. I'm hoping she looks at us so you can see it properly. But majority of the inside of her nose is pink. She has still got spots on the side of her belly. The sub-adult spots are still there. And she doesn't look like she's had suckle marks, this female. The other one did. The other one looked like she had mammary glands. So I'm wondering if this is a very young adult female, just starting to kind of get into her adulthood. And whether the other one is the more experienced lioness, it certainly seems like it. She does look like she's relaxing again, so I'm going to try and reposition us a little bit to see if we can see the other lioness a little bit more clearly as well, and maybe we'll have a better idea. But let's head over to Rexon in the meantime on his bumble.
Welcome back from Tessa with the beautiful lion private hunting in the area of Mulawati. We are here checking information, there's no yet tracks of a leopard or male leopard or cubs in the surrounding. It's indeed a leopard, they change areas quite often, most especially if the youngsters are still young, in order to really go away from other predators that they compete at the same time. If they utilize one spot, it's very easy for a hyena to discover that area, and they will start to hunt the cubs. You may find that it gives me a little bit of thinking. You might find that Kalamba, as he was moving around there by quarantine, she might be not far with the cubs, but cubs might be somewhere Galagopan, Molowati, on that area. Or time and again, because of lions, if she gets the scent of a lion, she also gonna move them in a new area. So permanently she cannot really leave the cubs in the same spot. But let's see if we might find information around central to the east, back to Chitakat line again. I know that it looked like Tandy Chef moved that area, seen Triple M heading south. Might be new leopard around in the area that makes Tandy to leave, you'll never know. So let's go and find that on that areas and see if we might be lucky. Justin asking a question, what is the collect noun of vultures? I'm not sure whether you know about it. What's the collect noun of the vultures? Collect noun of vultures. We have no idea. We have no idea. Maybe it just used bunch of vultures, but it could be a one noun, of course. But I don't know. Maybe colleagues Tessa, Ron might know. They're also gonna help us on that. They might know about it. So we're in an area where it's very perfect for leopard. This drainage line road that weaves around what I see, granted only elephant tracks, which is going opposite Befesuk Dam. Not much, but it can be a benefit, of course, in these areas. Looking around here, if you look to the left, this is one of the Molowati drainage that come from Befesuk Dam. It's perfect for leopard cubs and the leopard we have seen. Tande, I've seen Kalamba here quite often in and out, more especially as you go more south of the area, is where she was spotted. Really missed that. I had this gecko, if I'm not mistaken. Thanks Tessa for that. I really appreciate it. Something that I've learned over many years. Checho. Okay, venue when they're sitting. I would never forget that. Thank you. I've learned today over many years of my experience out in the bush. Something that really, of course, I never thought about it. We just see vultures and we didn't know the noun of it in collective, which is really appreciable. Yes, the area that really Kalamba, first time she was spotted around here, the Lex has spotted the leopard moving into this area. She might still use the same den, she might move, but I doubt that she will take the cubs away from the spot. She will still be in here. If we look at the geographical area of Juma, there's a lot of drainage line, of course, in the area, high ground, low ground, but especially in the rain season, it's not easy to spot something like a leopard.
Alright, so we are still watching our lioness from the Torchwood Pride. And she seems to be very nice and relaxed. She started grooming her paws and cleaning her face. You can hear woodpeckers in the background and all sorts of lovely bird calls. So I figured it's a good time for us to sit and watch her while she's meticulously grooming and just appreciate the sounds of the drainage line around us. Let's have a listen. She's definitely looking for the other lioness in between grooming. Now you will hear there's another vehicle here with us. Ah, there's the face. She's also got a very long beard. That's quite distinctive. Having a very in-depth grooming session. Wow, she is beautiful.
Welcome back. We are now on Central from the Line Life. We are heading east, of course. We're not having luck with any trucks in the area. So what we're going to do, we'll proceed heading to the east, looking possible areas where we might get something that really, of course, would be very exciting. Driving this road Central, it just reminds me the history of the Juma in the early days of Mapocho and Machingaland. This is one of the road that most of the animal in the early stage of Juma, where I was a guide here earlier on. Even before that, I started with working for Africa, driving around in the area. This was one of the roads that loved by lots of cats in the surrounding. In the time of safari, Mapocho, White Cloth, there is Sport, Mafufunyan, and all these kind of heroes that you used to have in the surrounding. This road here, it just reminds me Mapocho, because Mapocho the first time used this road entering into the farm called Juma. First time we saw Mapocho was further down towards Giraffe Deep, coming all the way from Torchwood Central up from Kruger National Park all the way down. We follow the tracks of these lions and find them very close to Gary Dam, almost like 500 meters east of Gary Dam on the Buffalo Kill. They were there for 2 days, and we decided first time in this pride what will offer this pride when it comes to name. We have multiple names, but we decided because it was first time, let's name them Central Pride. It was very interesting to see that 6 young male in a very close range of age, of course, Mr. T and all Tino and all that, they were together, were still young, and we have seen them, their behavior and the change of the area when it comes to lion pride activities, the dynamics that really take place by that time. Kicking out a lot of dominant male, killing a lot of lions, male and the female cubs all together, and really it was something I experienced to see and learning more from the lions. As raising today, seeing dark mane, it just reminded me being a lonely male is not easy to work in the area. You will be always challenged by a young strong male. Like when Mapoko gets into the area, there were existing males in the area, but they were so old and less energy. As you can see, dark mane, I won't say he is really weak, but of course is getting less activity and more interested on fighting and more mating, because he knows he's no longer gonna hold the area. And it's really amazing in the lion's behavior, because of course your scent mark, it really reveals your secret. As you move around in the area, it tells a lot. When your scent mark defecate, it tells your opponent how strong and how weak you are, so easily you cannot hide any information. I'll be linking back to Tessa with their pride, joining Chitakatlan South.
Alright, so we have definitely got 2 lionesses from the Torchwood Pride. There is zero doubt in my mind at all anymore. The lioness that is lying further away from us, she's much lighter in color than this younger lioness. And she is the same Torchwood lioness that has been seen with 4 cubs in this month. She has been seen with 4 cubs not so long ago, so that's why she has got mammary glands that are quite swollen. She's got suckle marks, and the cubs are still quite young, only a few months old. But she is a very distinct and unique looking lioness. Look at this one scratching. Oh my goodness. That is a unique way to scratch your chest, girl. Goodness me. I think she heard us laughing and now she wants to move. Yes, so that lioness is very distinct looking. She's got a very long and angular face, and she's very light in color. Very, very, very long legs for a lion. Or a lioness, I should say. 100% 2 females from the Torchwood Pride. How interesting is this? Strange movements happening recently, everybody. I know Rexon's just been chatting about the history of some of the lions on Juma and the movements and the interactions. And this is definitely one for the books. We've had the Talamatis, the Nkuhumas, and the Torchwoods all in 1 month. And they all seem to be changing. Oh no, are we downwind? So Jason is fairly new to lions, and I'm really hoping this lioness does not decide to drop some scat here. Because, I don't think Jason is familiar with the sound yet. Thank heaven she didn't. The smell of lion scat, Jason, will stick on the vehicle for a week if we drive over it.
Doesn't smell nice.
It definitely doesn't smell good. Okay, we're going to try and get a little bit closer. See if we can give you a nice view of that lioness that's got the cubs, because she is quite unique. Oh, look at that with both of them walking away. Oh, look how much lighter that lioness on the right is. Unreal. Oh, and a bit of golden light hitting her coat. Absolutely gorgeous. She's also got a much smaller tail tuft than the lioness on the left. The lioness on the left looks as though her hairs were on steroids while she was growing. Let's see if we can keep up. I'm hoping my ear does not catch on every branch up there. Ah, got it. Oh, I can tell you that the change in temperature from having a breeze and the shade, I feel like a chameleon. I'm getting sunburnt on one half of my face. Such a lovely change. Oh, beautiful. We're headed to the area where Mrs. Wig had her nest. That's the place where we're going to now. Mr. and Mrs. Wig, the mighty. Kenny, yes, all animals are capable of getting urinary tract infections, unfortunately, and it is the way of the wild out here. They are prone to many, many different illnesses, and so of course they would want to be quite careful of that. But of course their immune system's also a lot stronger than ours, so that does mean that any natural infection they get, they should recover from a lot quicker than humans, and certainly without veterinary care or intervention. Much more resilient than a human would be. Oh yes, we're definitely going to the bank where Mrs. Wig used to be. Oh, isn't this gorgeous? Just trees, drainage line, sand. Now they are stopping every few meters to have a listen and a smell, and so what they're doing is they're busy checking for food. They're hunting as they're. I actually can't believe the difference in stature between these two lionesses. One tall and thin, and one short and very well built, or shorter. They're both quite tall. This is gorgeous. So we are going to watch them as they are moving away. It'll be interesting to see where they go from here and how far north they will go. And if they keep going along here, they're actually going to end up at Chelapan. Alright, we're going to follow them for as long as we can now that they are moving and just see where they lead us.
Welcome back from Tessa with the lions. My first big 580 mile to the right. Unfortunately, they're crossing to my left into Torchwood, but we'll manage to see them from the distance where we are here. Oh, we are lucky. Anyone knows this is the high.
Right, so our lionesses have actually just missed something. I don't know what it was as they came around the corner. We've got the younger lioness here, and the older lioness is on the right. And they've split up a little bit because they were chasing something and missed. As they came around the corner, something surprised them. And they both jumped, and whatever it was ran away, and I think it may have been a nyala. But there you can see this lioness. She's got a very active tail and quite large mammary glands, so her cubs are somewhere hidden. While we're here. And then if there's any more movement. Oh, she is gorgeous. Can you see that little lump on her shoulder there, her left shoulder? Almost looks like a cyst. Oh, so beautiful. I think we might get lucky today if we can manage to stick with them. Alright, so we are hoping that these lionesses keep going the way that they have been. As we stopped chatting earlier, they bumped into something around the corner in the drainage line. They both jumped at it, but it ran away, and it looked like it may have been, oh, big yawn, may have been a nyala. So they're definitely hunting, and this lioness is the one that has the cubs. So we're wondering where she's hidden them. But she's definitely needing some food for that milk production. Doesn't look like either of them have eaten in a good few days. So you can see they're very alert, watching every movement around them. It'll be fascinating to see if they do carry on further north up the Mulawati. I'd expect them to cut back east. Yes, I certainly hope that we are getting a hunt today, everybody. That would be perfect. I feel like we are so spoiled just sitting with torchwood lionesses instead of, I'm going to switch my radio off, instead of the Nkuhumas and the Talamatis. As much as we love them, it's so lovely to see and meet the torchwood ladies and say that I've managed to spend a bit of time with them, particularly this lighter female. She's so distinct looking. When I had a look at the photos, it is 100% her. Look at her face, it's so long. She's one of the most unique looking lionesses I think I've ever seen. And that's coming from someone who's seen the white lions. They are certainly unique in a whole different way, but this lioness's shape is completely different to another lioness. I think they really are just being as patient as possible at the moment because they know the drainage line is going to be productive. It's starting to cool off, especially down here in the shade. As soon as we're in the sun for a minute, we start burning, and as horrible as it sounds, we start sweating like crazy because it's so hot still. But the drainage line is at least 5 degrees Celsius cooler, minimum of 5 degrees Celsius cooler. I would dare to say almost 10 actually. It is so nice and cool down here that you could almost not even notice it's a summer's day. So this is going to be the perfect area for them to hunt. Yeah, she is hyper alert. 100% in find the food mode. Oh, wow, she's beautiful. She's heard something again. Ian, that is a brilliant question. Oh, golden light on the face. Wow. I would definitely say that lion poo smells worse than leopard poo. Oh my goodness, that was dramatic. Yeah, I think lion poo definitely smells worse than leopard poo. I think, well, I wouldn't actually know why, because anatomically speaking and biologically speaking, they are the same internally. But you might find slight differences in the content of food that they eat and the amount of food that they eat, so maybe that's it. Also, you might find with slightly different body sizes, a leopard might be able to digest a little bit better than a lion can. And quicker as well. so that might contribute. But either way, I wouldn't suggest driving over either of them. The closest I would suggest you get is if you are collecting leopard scat for the DNA testing. That's about the closest I'd recommend you get to leopards or lions and their scat. And I'd certainly wait for it to drop out before you go and collect it. Don't try and pull it out of a lion. Bad idea. Oh, big yawn. Now we're getting to that lovely golden light phase. Now the serious hunting might start. Oh, wow. She does look so nice and comfortable in that tire track. You can see her tracks leading up to that very bushy tail. So between these two lionesses, they are probably the most strange and unique looking lionesses I've ever seen. Not in a bad way, just in a different way. The older one with a very elongated face and very long angular legs. And this one with such a thick bush on the end of her tail. The black tip is massive. Looks like a male lion's mane. Quite an unusual pair. I must actually go. I'd love to look up the history of the Torchwood prides, because I'd love to know where each individual fits in and what the relationships are and their ages as well. But anyway, I'm going to stay here and see what happens with our lionesses, and I'm going to send you over to Rex and to see what he's up to.
Welcome back from Tessa Live with the lion pride, look like Torchwood Pride. We just spotted something here. It could be a warthog, I'm not sure, but moving in this direction across. If not, it could be something. Nothing in this water hole. Let's carry on and head more to the west. Still hoping maybe one of the two animals might come out in the area where we are. If not Tandy, it could be Marabes. Guys, we gonna check fairly into the west and also checking Dam itself, and managed to see what might be on that surrounding. And I believe maybe we'll able to see more information. Langa and the young leopard, they were more or less in the same area where we are heading at the moment. It will be very good to see Shasha or Langa. For me, it's been a long time I haven't seen them. I'll try to check from Baboonspan across into the north, looking for them, because they were reported a few days back being active in the surrounding. The leopards, they don't have general direction when they want to move. They go wherever they need to go, even if it's a cut line or boundary, they will cross that area freely without having to ask permission. So let's move on in the spot. Tessa is very interested to know a little bit of history about Torchwood. Torchwood Pride is a pride that really is a breakaway from any days. So I'm talking about, yes, you see, very good, because we are talking about Langa and Shasha. Here's the information. This information is a young male leopard that crossed here. Pretty much it looked like yesterday. early yesterday, maybe late afternoon, somewhere. This is the tracks that cross into the area. Pretty much even early this morning, but there's a vehicle that drove here. A little bit confusing because it created dust. It looked like a very old tracks, but we're going to concentrate again, more or less in the same area. Maybe we might be lucky. Torchwood Pratt is a breakaway. I'm talking about 25, 30 years back, a breakaway from Telamati. The breakaway from the north and headed south. You know that over the lines, most of them, they've started at north direction and come settling around in the area. Torchwood used to operate in the area of Torchwood and more in the Joma property, quite often going up and down in the area until Telamati Pride breakaway again from the same Pride Telamati. Kuhumas break away from Telamati and cover the western sector and wow, leopard and Vietela axis. We're gonna try to head in that direction. If I'm not mistaken, if there's no other vehicle down there, we'll make our way towards the spot. The kudu here to our right look like showing a bit of concern here. I'm not sure what might be kudu. They're very good in the sense of hearing, and their eyesight, of course, is very great. It could be the same animal that we spotted the tracks. Or it could be another animal moving in that particular area. You would never know. If a kudu start to bark, of course, it tells us that there's something on that surrounding. But while they're having a leopard and Vietela axis, why wouldn't you take opportunity and go and see that leopard? It's a little bit far distance, but is the area where we earlier on we have checked those hyena and the scent and the smell and the vultures. So we're gonna head that direction. It will take us a few minutes, of course, to get there, less than 10 minutes. If we take a right a shortcut into the spot. We are right at the tip of Mlowati, which we're a little bit more southeast from where the leopard is, and we just hope to get there in time. This is the right time of a day where most of a leopard they will come out. It's starting to cool down. When it's too hot, cats they lie down, unless if they really see an opportunity and they want to take that opportunity, they'll start to move. For instance, what lions with Tessa, they've spotted the Nyala. Earlier on it was Grey Decker, and they get active because the animal have created an opportunity. So they really take that opportunity most. Even if it's too hot, they will take that. But in most cases, when the sun settles down and a lot more cooler, you tend to see lions and leopard, they will be active. And then before we get to the sandy patch, you might find that on the way here, we may bump into a leopard easy like that way.
Okay, so we've got our lioness is looking very, very interested in a nyala. Again, there's a nyala in the brush just to the left of the drainage line here. And you can see she's actually repositioned her body so that she's facing towards it, and she's just gathering some information. I'm wondering what's going to happen as this Nyala gets closer. Both of the lionesses are watching, but the one is a lot closer. And what's interesting is that you'll see she looks back at us every now and then as well. There have been some Nyala moving on the opposite bank behind us too. She is very intent on it at the moment. It would be amazing to see her jump up and hunt. I wonder what she's gonna do. Now, if she manages to get closer, or it comes closer, we might get some very real action. Okay, so we're playing the patience game at the moment as much as this lioness is. Both of the lionesses are currently looking that way. We can't see the other one so well, but just to give you a recap or an update, there is a Nyala in the bushes here on the left-hand side of the drainage line. And that's what the lionesses are interested in. I keep seeing the little bit of movement of its ears or its horns. It looks like a young male. And maybe they're more with it, but they don't know that the lions are here. So this is 100% a game of patience, not only for us, but for the lionesses. It'll be very interesting to see how close this Nyala gets, because it's coming, it looks like it's coming towards the drainage line. We can't see it properly, but from the sound of it, it looks like it's coming closer. Now, it would be best in this incident for the lions to stay dead still instead of trying to get closer to the thicket, rather letting the Nyala come closer to them, because while the Nyala is moving, it's got less chance of spotting the lionesses. But if they move, it can pick up their movement. But we're going to keep playing our patience game a little bit longer. We're going to wait and see what happens. Hopefully we get lucky. But let's head over to JP and his sunset.
Welcome back to Eco Training Pridelands. At the moment, the temperature is actually starting to cool down a little bit after an incredibly warm day, which was very unproductive for us in terms of animals. Generally, when it is so hot, we find that the animal activity is incredibly low. I just love those cooler days, and I think we're going to get more and more of them coming our way very soon as autumn is slowly starting to approach. We're just going to do one final sunset segment and allow you to listen to the different sounds in the background. You might hear some hornbills, as well as Swainson spurfowl, as well as a bearded woodpecker that's busy tapping away on the hollow section of a tree. while we're enjoying the last little bit of our sunset, let's go and see what Tess and the lions are up to.
As the sun is going down, our lionesses are waking up on the side, JP. The other lionesses come down to join. She's stalked down very carefully and she's lay flat in the riverbed where she's camouflaged. And still looking in the direction of the Nyala. You can see the younger one is actually napping while she's listening, so she's multitasking this afternoon. But the older lioness is much more intent. She's got one paw crossed and she is sitting in the riverbed, staring in that direction with her ears up. Have a look at how alert she is there. Look at that. Peaky, I hope they get something to eat as well. They certainly look like they need it. And especially knowing that this bigger lioness has got some cubs, it's nice to know that she's looking for food. I'm wondering where she's left her cubs. Oh my goodness, the younger lioness has just hit full on flattening her head stalk mode. She's lying like she's a bit uncomfortable. You can see she's got a bit of an unnatural bend to her body there. But it's probably because she doesn't want to make too many movements to readjust her body, because it makes a noise. Beautiful. But she's confusing me because she's going between full on, look at that, alert stalk mode, to relaxing, yawning, looking around, flicking her tail as though she doesn't mind if she's seen. Well, look at that. She's so intent on something. She's following the movement. Maybe I should give her more credit. Maybe she's more comfortable and camouflaged than we think. We've got a totally different perspective, bear in mind, to what the Nyala will have. So we can see her clearly. We can see her flattening herself. She's tensing her shoulder muscles every now and then as though she wants to pounce. But the Nyala is just seeing brush. Yay, we're having such a lucky day. Okay, we're going to wait here patiently with our lionesses. Hopefully we get lucky. And Rexon has found his leopard. Let's go have a look.
Welcome back live with Tessa with the Lions. We are now joining beautiful leopard. First time ever in my life seeing this leopard. Called Nzutini. That's Tiana, youngster or daughter. It's one of the leopards that operate down to the west. And hardly she didn't come often into the area. I really understand why now Tandy and the leopard moving more to the east and more south. It looked like there's a new character in the area. She's looked like hunting in the surrounding. It's not her first time, of course, be in the area. She looked like she's really can take over to the west. We definitely know that Kara, she's one of the leopards that operate more or less in the area. And she do look quite often into the surrounding. So we never know, because she do now having youngster. She is not going to move far distances away from the cub. She will hunt close by where the youngster might be and return back into the den, just because she could be more predators. Look at how she looks. More to my right is a head of impala. She tried to size the impala and able to choose the direction of the area where she might able to sneak and get close to the head of impala. It's in the nature of a leopard. They do so when they hunt anything. They like to stalk the particular any prey species and come close and surprise the species. One of the most beautiful animal out in nature, in the world, that is a leopard. Of course, there's no doubt, leopard is one of the species. If you look at the rosette mark of a leopard, and also it becomes more important because this species, it's a sort of species very difficult to find. I believe as we are viewing this leopard, a lot of people really love the leopard. I also one of the big fan of the leopard due to because the species itself is very social, very rare to see. Finding leopard in our society, it's a good luck. First day, first drive, for me it's good luck. Yes, of course, it's how actually we believe in our society. Finding a leopard as a leopard is not an easy species. She look like she's gonna go. There's a puddle of water here. I don't know whether she'll be interested in drinking that or getting a scent information that might be from the other leopard. I have no doubt on that. Let me position myself. As we are repositioning our vehicle according to what the leopard doing here, you can see she's really getting a scent on the leaves. It's not the first time. That is the best access of our leopard if they want to access this water. This way, a little bit winded there. It could be more leopard that been in the surrounding, and for her to understand who's been earlier on, remember talking about the scent and scent information that holds the status of individual. I was referring to Dan that wherever he goes, it's very easy to get rid by other. I mean, his scent get rid by other species, of course, that he is weak. He is not stronger enough. Same as this leopard, what is doing there. Any scent of a leopard has been there, she will know exactly whether it's a male or female, how healthy, the healthy status, and all that is on the scent itself. So lions, leopard, they respect one another from the scent mark. If a scent mark is showing a weaker, is how actually you get challenged. Survival of the fittest. We know that out in the bush. I can hear the impala lambing, but there's no reason why they're lambing. They just look at the vehicle and lamb, or maybe getting a scent. But I doubt on that because our impala in the area, they get used to wherever it's vehicle, it's always a trouble. So they try to intimidate what might be the cat coming with this vehicle to know that really get spotted. Meanwhile, they don't see the leopard itself. It's a very well camouflaged area where we are. It's very difficult to spot the leopard from that distance of the impala. Wow. Chris is a comment about this leopard, how it looks. Such a beautiful leopard and big leopard in general looking. This is my first time, no doubt. You can see this leopard is really looking for food. If it's full, you can see it might be a little bit, it's still young. I don't think this is Zutini female, she have youngster yet. You see, she knows that the impala, they don't see her. According to the color and the light of a leopard, due to the light now, golden light, this leopard is in a very perfect position to blend in well into these tall grasses. Again, I will drive to the road. I don't want to follow the leopard behind. I'll give the leopard a little bit of a distance in order to stalk the impala and get closer. But we'll be in a distance where we'll be able to view this leopard without interfering on the hunt itself. I don't know the father of Nzokini, if it's Tian's daughter. Tian is one of Mafufunyan's daughter, if I believe. It could be maybe father by hooks, you never know. Okumuri, which is look more like, the head look like Okumuri. And if you look the left ear, she looks like she's been involved in a fight. She's got a little bit of a cut on the ear, which is really hanging done. That it's really easy to identify zootiness from today. This is one of the features that I can look at check on the leopard if I come across if it's here or not. Such amazing. That one thing, of course, if a leopard born in a specific area is not going to grow up in that particular area, of course, and mate. She will move early on off from that particular surrounding and go and find a different male and different blood. So we'll be really linking back one of maybe a lion sighting and see what the lion are up to.
Alright, so we have definitely got some movement from our lionesses. They're moving through the long grass towards where the nyala was. The younger one is actually leading the movement, which is a bit unusual. Normally it's the older lioness that leads the charge, but it seems the older lioness is walking just behind here. She's just arrived in the clearing. They've been sniffing in very specific spots, and one of them was that dead tree behind this lioness. You can see she's still turning her nose that way. They are smelling where the nyala has been feeding. So we just want to listen for a bit in case we can hear the movement. And as they move, we will follow. They're not stalking low in the grass, which means... Oh. which means we don't have to keep a very far distance as we're moving and they're moving. What a beautiful silhouette of this lioness. Oh, she got up very quickly. Alright, so we just want to watch where she is moving. We're actually going to end up back at the drainage line if we keep going this way. But the other one that leads back into the drainage line next to Ribbon's den site. Okay. I've moved. I'm going to take the gap around the side so that I'm not following directly behind them. This is amazing. Imagine if we get lucky with these nesters today. Right, so we are busy following our two lionesses. It's a pretty area. So they are just in here in the brush and they're moving up. So I'm going to have to take exactly where I lost Thandi once before, and just on the other side we're going to reach the drainage line, which is just north of Ribbon's site. So we're going to try our best to keep up. It is very thick. And we don't want to be following directly behind the lions. We'd rather be moving off at a distance so that we're not drawing attention to the lions. But luckily, there we go. Luckily, I have driven this area before with the leopards. I'm just giving her a little bit of space to move, and then I'll loop around. So interestingly enough, the younger lioness got up first and she moved. Now the older lioness is following, and there is a little pan system, so I'm wondering if they're going towards that to have a drink. But we're about to pop up on the road here. Right in front of us there is a road. And there's the drainage line. Beautiful. So they are currently headed straight towards the area of Rubinstein site in the road. Best to keep up. We've done a loop back to come up, and in front of us will be Twin Dams and Rubinstein site on the right. So this is going to be a very sensitive and interesting moment to see if they deviate towards where the den is, which is where that lioness is in the front. The younger lioness on her right is the track to the den site. To the left is the dam. Maya, absolutely. Lionesses are some of the most protective and fierce mothers out here, and 100% if the cubs are at all threatened, and this last female has got 4 cubs, if they are threatened, she will definitely defend them. She won't have a choice but to defend them. That is her bloodline, that is her kin. It's her genes, and so she has to defend them. Interesting scenario. They've completely missed Rubinstein site, which is lovely news for us. They're going straight towards the dam. So I'm going to park here so that we can watch them moving away, and then I'm going to loop around towards the dam because they might come down to drink. So they were very, very close to the Nyala, but the Nyala must have moved. Stations, just an update. These two Ngala are mobile south towards Twin Dams. Right. So they are quite steadily moving. They might pop up on the side of the dam, so I'm going to go around and wait at the dam so we can see them approaching. The road forks and then comes back together in a teardrop. Okay, while I reposition myself and watch where the lionesses are going, let's head.
Welcome back from Tessa with the lioness. We are here with Nzukini, the female leopard. She's just lying down looking to the west direction. It looks like there's some movement in the area. She's vigorously checking and really showing interest to the west. I know that more to my left is a head of impala, and leopard is very clever, waiting until it gets dark that she can hunt in the surrounding. It's very interesting. As you can see, a vehicle moving. She's just raising herself a little bit higher, only the neck part, to see what might be coming. She knows that this kind of open utilized quite a lot by the impala. The impala, they run from one side to another, which is more easy for impala in able to run from one side to another direction, and she can make a kill easily. We were just early on hopping Zutini, which is a daughter of one of the female leopard down Tiani to the west. Definitely, if you look at the age of this particular female, he might be fathered by Hukumuri. She looks quite more similar if you look at the head shape of the leopard itself and the ears. That reminds me Hukumuri males that used to operate in the area. But I have no doubt that could be Hukumuri as a father. I can see Tingana mating with her own daughter. It doesn't happen in the world of in the kingdom of leopards. In most cases, you find that the father will move away. Soon the daughter get into a mating season, or get into estrus, or get to sexual maturity. A father will move out completely, or daughter move completely in the area of the father. That is more common with wildlife. So Hukumuri, he is the father, I believe so. One thing for sure, started, working in the area, and of course, with
Inward, she looks so elegant and strong at the same time. Megan Edwards.
Megan, really positive. She's looked more strong. Of course, it really just, I wanted to say something about identifying the leopards and documenting pictures for leopards that we appreciate quite a lot. There's quite few guys that really follow up. Also, while they've been doing this on a daily basis, it helps more informations that we need about the particular leopard around the area, because we'll follow the leopard while still young and know and document more history behind this young leopard. Grow to the west. If you look at more down and Mosimbile Elephant Plain, there is yet quite more information that you can read about specific leopard. As Wasana that grows up into the area, everyone can really knows, because while they're sharing more information with all these different sorts of leopard, like today what we were trying to achieve is not all about seeing leopard. Of course, it helps us in future to document the right information. And we're looking back, of course, to Tessa with the moving lines. Thank you. Bye bye.
Alright, so we have caught up with our lionesses. They are going straight towards Gully Main, past the vehicle. Alright, so we just want to watch as they are going. They're headed straight down the road, and we are about to see them cross over. Alright, they're going straight towards Baboon Pan, so we might get them drinking while they get there. Absolutely gorgeous in this light, don't you think? Glowing gold. Absolutely stunning. So they're crossing into Little Gowrie, which means unfortunately I cannot follow, but I can watch from the road. And I can check and see if they are drinking from the pan. Maybe we'll get lucky and find them. How amazing is this? This is to see lionesses moving so much is honestly just the best thing one can ask for. She's going. Alright, they look like they're walking straight past Baboon Pan as well. Not interested in drinking, maybe going towards Chitwa Dam, maybe going towards the Mulawati or that other lioness from the Pride. Okay. So you are going to see possibly the tip of a vehicle there. They're walking past like they did with us. And as they disappear around that bend, I'm afraid that is the last that we will see of them for the evening. But that vehicle is going to have a great time following them. How lucky was that? I could not have asked for better, watching them move so much. Amazing end to my day.
Welcome back live with the Lions, and back to Nzutini here. Nzutini is...
Aubrey, coming from Michelle.
Sorry for that. Nzutini is one of the name in Shangaan that means shadow. During the hot day today, I was believing all the leopard that might be just been lying down under big that provide a lot of shadow. Nzutini means shadow in Shangaan. That's shadow. It's really a very good name if you look at the leopard itself. Also, the dark color of leopard itself, dark looking. Zutini might be meaning dark also in Shangaan. It's quite a lot of things that really names of Shangaan can explain a few things at the one time. But mainly this leopard, it named after preferring to be always underneath the shadow that's raising most of the leopard around in the area. We name them by the doing of the species itself or the preference of the species. Is how actually we come across of Tingana, we come across of Kalamba, we come across of Nzotini, we come across Maribze, all of that, all these names. It's really by the doing of the species that preferable presenting in front of all guides. They decided to name species according what might be the activities of the animal that are present in most cases. I'm so glad to see this Nzutinga female that tells me now the area Kalamba will have a little bit of competition. It will still to the Nzutini and Shidulu. You never know who's going to win. And it will be good to see more leopards in the area, as we know that. Oh, come back. Zutini is still really lying down. Look at the head of the impala. You'd never know. A leopard is one of the species that really the more uh, really take time when they come to hunting. They're not a species that really will rush the kill. There's so much observing when it comes to hunting, and there's so much patient when it comes to be success for a hunt. Their look and size and able to know the area when she starts to move in the area after dark. If the impala moves, which side she will be really getting close to the impala. The reason why it's like that, you cannot just simply get to impala and go into the head of impala. One, you will be easily get spotted. Two, you will never know at the same time who's around that impala. It could be part of lion close by. So you have to take time listening around in the area. It could be pack of hyena in the area. So you immediately get into the point, make a kill, impala make noise or lambing call, lion respond, or another leopard or hyena respond. So you're likely to lose your kill from other species that you compete with them. So a leopard will take time in order to understand what might be in the surrounding. Some are plants of the lions, they will do the same. And lion is a lot more better because they operate in pride. If they do make a kill, it's very easy for a lion to protect their own kill because there are more numbers in a pride, where the leopard is only the kill. And again, it's more important for a leopard to, really be more patient, because if you get hurt with anything like a hyena or lion, it might be the end of their life because they are solitary. No one can help when hunting. Really from other self. So that's the reason you find that they really for the decision. She's well camouflaging, if you can see. If impala moves in a road which is about 15 meters into tall grasses, impala, more especially warthog, cannot able to spot that leopard from that distance. Due to the height of the warthog, a warthog is really likely to be surprised with the lions and leopard in the area. That's the reason if you drive around in the conservancy, you cannot find many warthogs in the area because this area of Juma in services is the high concentration of all cats or predators in nature, where you find lots of leopard. There's no doubt. Many leopards in the area. There's lions in the area, of course, although there's a little bit of change there and there, but always a lion. And also, if you look at the grass around or thicket in the area, it really advantages lions and leopards to species fire as warthog. So you tend to see warthog, they need a natural open clearing where the grass cannot grow over 30 centimeter there below that. In those areas, they do well because they can able to see. You tend to see even, warthog in the area quite a lot. If you get see big numbers, it could be 3 adult warthog and piglets which are small. If a warthog, no doubt in the area, give birth of 6 youngster, it might be only 2 or 1 is going to survive. That is going to be hunted by different species, of course, in the area: leopard, cheetah, hyena, lions. They do hunt it. Some of the leopard, of course, in the area we have seen previously when I was here. Tavangume hunted a warthog and kill a warthog in front of us. Most especially male leopard, which are more stronger than the female. They like to hunt something more like warthog, baboons, because they really have very strong. Female tend to see avoid those animals because those animals are more vicious sometimes. They can really cause a lot of damage and because they can hurt the leopard and so forth. The female, they tend to avoid that. You tend to see male hunting those species. But if you look at Zutini here, you never know today what might be. Maybe what you cannot really conclude. It could be impala, it could be steinbok. You'll never know. The best thing with us at the moment is to stay with the leopard and see what the leopard is going to really show us. In most cases, you find that each and every leopard, most especially male or female, when it comes to hunting and the preference of the species to hunt, they learn it from, they copy from the mother. If a mother hunts a lot of impala, the youngster also will learn. They will hunt the impala. Welcome back. Here less out to be more silent and observe more sound of the niche of the bush in the area, and at the same time able to hear what she might be hearing in this. It could be another leopard, it could be another impala, it could be a hyena, it could be lions in the area. So we'll take this opportunity to listen for the bush sound. Welcome back. We still have Zutina lying down. As you can see now at the moment, she's still listening around here. I believe we have enjoyed the sound of the bush. I can really, if I remember correctly, as I am really listening at the same time, what might be happening around in the area where Zutina is. I can hear the red-faced francolin. I can hear Lavinian calling. I can hear redback calling. I can hear even Cape Turtle Dove francolin. You can see there's a lot of things that are happening in the area, and that is not really signaling any danger for a leopard. That means everything is quiet in the area. The call that they're making, it seems like it's late afternoon, which is normal for all species that really give this kind of a call, crested francolin. As I'm speaking, I can hear them calling. They're not giving alarm call. This all collection of sound in the area or in the vicinity that gives the leopard, of course, that it's very quiet in the surrounding. There's nothing there because the leopard earlier on, they were just alarming to confuse. If they really have spotted the leopard, they will do high pitch alarming in order to indicate danger in the area, and that might attract other species, of course, as predators to come into the area. We'll be linking back to Tessa, where she's on a bumble.
And bumbling away we are, Rex. Bumbling away we are. So we left our lionesses. They went over into Little Gowrie, but what an absolute treat it was to see them. We had a quick pop past the hyena den. As we arrived, there was no one there. Hart arrived, 3 cubs came out. Hart left, 3 cubs disappeared, all in the space of about 30 seconds. I think she was coming to check on them because of the smell of the lions moving in the area. But it wouldn't be smart for Hart to stay there with the scent of lions around, because her scent is going to attract the lions, and her being at the den encourages the cubs to come out. And so what that means is if the lionesses manage to stalk up to the den site and she's outside and the cubs are playing and making a noise and gaining attention, this could be bad news. So she made a very quick decision to come and check. She left, and then the cubs went straight back inside. So I was very happy to see her little wellness check-in on the cubs. Unfortunately, it was so quick that we couldn't even show you. It happened in a flash, but at least all 3 cubs are there. They're looking so healthy. The spot patterns of Ribbon's cubs are increasing by the day. You can see it so clearly. The one cub in particular, the smaller one, that I think is a male, but I haven't confirmed this yet. His spot pattern, or its spot pattern, is just beautiful. Very dense spot pattern. So I got very excited when I saw that. Leave my lights off because we've got a thick knee in the road and I don't want to blind it, let it fly away. So what we're doing now is we're just bumbling back towards the area of Chelapan, Gowrie Dam, and then back to camp a little bit later on. We are hoping that we find something amazing as we go. The nice news is we've still got over half an hour, which means there is so much possibility for surprises at the moment. I'm actually going to do a bit of a zigzag. Oh, I've just heard a lovely bubbling casino right next to me. I think we might get a lovely giraffe silhouette. Everybody, I'm trying to keep my cool right now. This is my first giraffe on Juma in a month. In a month, we have a giraffe. It's a big male, and he's gorgeous. I'm actually gonna wait. He keeps walking. Yes, please keep walking. We're gonna get him in the gap with the orange sunset behind. How beautiful is this gonna be with giraffe silhouette? He's just changed direction. I mean, I thought I predicted that one quite well. I think he wants to drink at the pan, but he's too nervous. Let me see if we can get a little closer and we can still get that orange light. Oh, well, now it's just a giraffe's head. But a giraffe's head nonetheless. Oh, it's the male with the hole in his ear, everybody. He's got a hole right through his ear. Have a look at that silhouette. I can tell you, I'm really happy to see a giraffe again. I kept wondering where Jonty was finding them. And now I can finally say I found one. Oh, he is beautiful. Oh, he's feeding on a buffalo thorn. Turn that down. Now this type of the sunset to me, this kind of hour where you've got a little bit left of the golden light just on the horizon and it's still nice and light out, this is perfect. Cat lover, isn't it a beautiful contrast seeing his silhouette instead of, because we see giraffes and we get to see all the features, but when you get lucky enough to see a giraffe silhouette with a golden background because of a sunset, you've got to take the opportunity. It's just so beautiful. So peaceful here. You can hear fiery-necked nightjars and all sorts of other birds. So what I'm going to do is find a nice little quiet spot where we can do our bird call challenge for the day. And while I do that, I'll send you from giraffe spots over to Rexon's spots with his leopard.
Thank you. Welcome back from Tessa with in the area where the hyena was and the giraffe. Everything looking healthy. And of course, with this leopard, it looked like she's getting active at the moment as she was waiting for sun to go down. You can see she's focused at the moment. The head is just moving lower and a little bit higher, getting to see the movement of the impala. It's still a little bit early for a leopard to move, getting close to impala. She has to wait until it gets a little bit more dark into the spot, then they can really start to move. Unless if the impala themselves does start to move. I heard the impala early on, about 5 minutes back or even less than that, alarming in the area. They have a feeling that might be something. But over many years, the impala are really clever. Of course, seeing vehicles on a daily basis following lines, cheetah, leopard, hyena, wild dogs. So they tend to know all the time, wherever it's vehicle, it could be a danger. So what they do, now and then they will test if the leopard is in the area, alarm calling. And they know that in the nature of a leopard, once impala give alarm call, it's very easy for any leopard to abandon the kill, start to move, raise the tail up, even start to vocalize an house for territory. While the impala, they just really have a feeling seeing vehicle without seeing the leopard itself. But this particular female looks like she knows also about the tricks that the impala do, that she's focusing on impala to hunt. Even if they're giving alarm call now and then, she's not going to move off from the area. She's still going to stay here. The only thing that might be really dangerous for her is when the other leopard gets into the area, or number of hyenas start to investigate in the area, because also the hyena can take an opportunity. Wherever it's lambing, they will know that It could be something that moving into that spot. It could be leopard or lion. But the way the impala lambing, it doesn't show a serious danger to have spotted something. That's the reason this female and Zutini, she's not moving anywhere. She keep focus on this impala in order to hunt them in a later stage. We will never know. We might really see the kill, we might not, or we might see the movement of the leopard getting close to the impala. It might happen later around 10, 11, 12 at night, because leopard, they are really one of the species, of course, they don't rush when it comes to hunting. She's now looking two direction. Earlier on, she was looking fairly that direction and really interested. It looked like she's gonna cross west, as if the impala are moving in the surrounding. Let's see what might be Tessa have on his bumble.
So while we are sitting here with our giraffe, we thought we would watch as he moves across the sunset and just have a listen to all of the lovely bird calls around us close to Chelapan. It's such a tranquil evening. Excuse me. Nothing like a good old sneeze to ruin the silent moment. Just peacefully chewing the cud, listening to the insects and the nightjars, the occasional frog. An absolutely gorgeous evening with this boy. This is definitely the kind of scene that I could watch all day. Cooling down beautifully, and I feel like the world is just coming alive around us.
Welcome back. Zutini female, she's still in the same position, looking for opportunities that she might take, moving from here towards the impala. She's not here to change, stay in the same spot. As I'm speaking, she realized that it's still more light. She's more relaxing at the moment. She's more patient. She's not gonna rush into the kill. That tells the leopard itself it's really, really experienced when it comes to hunting. It's not like a junior leopard that will be really going straight to impala, and sometimes you lose, sometimes they win. But it's not also right time. You have to observe more into the area when you want to make a kill, because you might be surprised by other species, of course. So Nzutini at the moment, she was just focusing and now lying down. So we'll be with the leopard and see and learn more from the leopard. What I'm asking myself, why she's not moving direct to the impala. She's now that it was very hot day, she have lose a lot of energy, and now she wants to have a successful hunt. She's not going to spoil the hunt itself by rushing in. So if you look at the all lions, leopard, more patient. Paulina wants to know, let me take an opportunity to really answer Pauline about the leopard jaws, how strong. Fairly, I cannot know how strong they are in compare when I want to put it in percentage, like hyena, lions, leopards, and all that. But it's a very strong leopard. It's a very strong species, of course, when it comes to biting force. They're really able to bite an impala, closing the wind part within a matter of less than 10 minutes. The impala will be passed or it will pass off, it will die. So it's really a very strong animal when it comes to biting force. It's not like a lion, of course. Size also, it really tells. It still tells more power. If you look at the hyena, it's such amazing species when it comes to biting force that they have. It's one of the species. One bite of a hyena can really chop off a leg of a leopard or impala easy like that way. So it's one of the strongest animal out in nature here. But leopard could be the third species, of course. If you look at hyena, it will be the first, lion and leopard. As it go, wild dog, cheetah, and more species to follow. But hyena, I will believe myself, it might be the third one when it comes to all predators. If I'm not mistaken, if we have look at the species that we have in the surrounding or in the vicinity of Juma, we have lions, we have hyena, we have leopards, of course. Although we have a baboon, I can't say that the biting force is strong. They have a very strong, long canine that helps them, of course, when they bite something, because they're so long, very easy to penetrate and cause more damage. When it comes to biting force, I cannot know from the baboon how strong is that. But hyena, lions, and leopard, those are the three species that I respect most from all predators that are out in nature. Yeah. Lisa wants to know if a leopard broke its jaw, is having a chance of survival. Lisa, I will say no, because a leopard is one of the species that they need the jaws in order to bite a meat and use the incisors to cut the meat, of course. If the jaws are broken, are not going to survive because they cannot survive from the liquid, they survive from the flesh. They need the actually they need more forces of using the jaws. If the jaws are disconnected, which means they're not going to survive, they're going to die. It's not like yes, if it's still young and still nursing, but it's still a little bit challenges because the structure of your jaws is the one that makes them in order even holding milk properly from the mammal of the animal itself. If the jaws are broken, they're not going to survive easily. I've seen quite a lot of lions kicked off by a zebra and lose the jaws from a zebra. Of course, they die. They cannot survive at all because they have to eat. The only species that will survive breaking jaws is a human being, because you can live with liquid, you can live with any in a form of different sort of a food. But a leopard, of course, they cannot make a liquid food to survive until your jaws heals. The animal, wild animals, end of their life. While talking about, breaking jaws and all that, if earlier on I was just talking about if a leopard get hurt, easily not going to survive. Species like a leopard, for instance, even not breaking the jaws, if you do break if it's nothing can really scavenge and survive until it get healed itself, it will become weak. And you know that even if it's not a natural or is a natural, is can survive and eat and able to scavenge meat and eat. the strongest of survival because you have competition. If you broke your jaws and the other species that compete with you, was that of course, and of course that's in the buff because hierarchy in nature is very high. You broke your leg, you get weak, you get challenged, you get killed. So all the time, there's a reason you find that leopard will avoid quite a lot of fighting with other species in general in the area because once they get hurt, it'll be the end of their life. You fall in a trap where you have to be selected by nature. If you have a broken foot, broken arm, you become weak, and the hyena kills you. You see, it's still looking worse. It's still being active. It's a huge benefit of the technology of a camera, the infrared camera, because you can see direct what's going on. And now we're not interfering into the species itself. That's a good thing because using the infrared camera can see the movement of the leopard, even leopard lying down, moving things like an impala without putting light. We were able to benefit all of that sighting or visual of the species itself. She's very close to the road. Remember, in the area here in South Sense, Juma, FC, can you repeat your question, please? I only had leopard.
Leopard in color.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I get it. Thank you. Right? I get the. Yes, why not? Lovely so much. Do you, from Catty Cat, want to know if the leopard do see colors? Yes, leopard do see colors. It depends which it could be day or night. If it's during the day, yes. If it's during the day, it could be no. At night, yes. They can see all the colors according to the information what we read in the book. But in general, you just take an example of human being. At night, do you see colors? You don't see because you are not designed to move at night. But a leopard designed to hunt at night. Yes, probably leopards see colors at night. That's the reason in most cases, in an area where there's less competition, you find that the leopard will hunt in the course of a night. If it's really high competition, you do see that the leopard hunt in the course of a day. It doesn't mean if a leopard doesn't see colors in the course of a day, it's not going to hunt. Yes, it will hunt. I mean, human being walk at night, can see your way. You can still do whatever you need to do in the middle of night. Exactly the same with the leopard. Leopard can hunt in the course of a night, in the course of a day. They can hunt in the course of a day or night. It depends, as I was saying earlier on. If in the area there's a high density of hyenas, you tend to see leopards switching, hunting in the course of a day. That means they can see in the course of a day. It is something that we cannot understand and interpret. Some of the things that were really passed on from all different species, we just predict what might be. But I believe that if a leopard is designed at night, yes, they can see colors at night. During the day, they might be still struggling, but they can see better as we see. Like now, I can see a little bit far, and a leopard will be the same in the course of a day. A day, anything that move, a leopard will see that. In the course of a night, anything that the leopard struggle to see, like 500 meters away at night, they can even see and pinpoint the animal that they need to hunt 500 meters away where we cannot see. I believe on that because this animal, the design, they are nocturnal species. From the beautiful leopard of infrared, Zutini will be linking back to Tessa. Is having a breeding head of elephant.
Indeed, it has been an elephant's kind of day. Thank you, Rexon. Apparently elephant wants to move though, so I'm going to have to move as well. You're going to see the back of the vehicle a bit. Hello, Cheeky. I just need to wait for him to move before I move. Alright, let me turn the car. Which is quite funny. Goodness gracious. We've got some grumpy Ellies today. Grumpy. I see it walking away, unfortunately, but I'm sure he will relax a bit again soon. I wonder if this is the same naughty elephant that came rushing into that elephant herd earlier and got schooled by the big matriarch. Very possibly could be. Young bull, just on the verge of independence. Well, we're going to stick with this elephant bull for a bit. The sounds here are incredible, and we'll see what happens. So we've got some different sounds up in quarantine tonight. Not only have we got the frogs and the sound of the elephant feeding, but we have also got cicadas and a bunch of other insects, and I think it's just the perfect time to be listening. I'm sure we might even hear dark mane if we listen. We'll get lucky. That very steady, high-pitched hum in the background, that is the cicadas calling. That is one of my favorite sounds in the world. Our elephant is headed towards the dam. Getting a little bit far for the infrared light, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, let me see if I can get a little bit closer again. The elephant is certainly trying to keep us on our toes. Absolutely loving the elephant time we're getting today. Alright, we are just arriving back with our young cheeky elephant bull. There we go. And I think it is the same bull that we saw earlier, from what I can tell anyway in the darkness. Quite happily feeding all along quarantine and just soaking in a bit of the evening coolness. Oh, I can hear another elephant's ears flapping somewhere in the distance. Elephants at night are so peaceful. You can hear him breathing. Excuse me. Thank you. Kelly Ann, I agree. It's been elephants all round today, and how lucky we've been to see such unusual sightings as well. It's been absolutely brilliant. Let me see if I can roll forward a bit for you again, Jason, so you can see its face. Ah, oh, Wendy. No rolling for me, no rolling for me. There we go. The elephant does not want to stay and be photographed today. Moving through all of the nice fresh greenery. Now in our summer, especially this time of year, it's quite common to see elephants moving much bigger distances at night than in the day, because of the immense heat in the day. You'll find them up in an open area under a tree for majority of the day, not really moving too far. But when it gets to kind of the nighttime coolness, then you might find the elephants cover a lot more distance looking for a variety of different food sources, taking advantage of that cool weather. We are getting a bit far again. Our elephant is adamant that he wants to be moving tonight. He is actually turning towards the dam. I wonder if he's going to go down and drink. It'd be lovely to see him drinking at night. Nick, the elephant bull will be on his own because he's been moved out of the herd. So anywhere from around 12 to 15 years old, elephant bulls are moved out of the herd by the females. Hello, boy. And so what that means is they'll either be on their own, hello, boy, or they will join other bachelor boys in the herd. Hello, Cheeky. You are gorgeous, hey? It's got very small tusks for an elephant of his size. But yes, elephant bulls are usually on their own. I'll have to turn again. Because they are not tolerated in the families. You can imagine if you've got a boost of testosterone, you're going through must, what will end up happening is that, unfortunately, you will hurt the calves if you start playing with them. So the females just don't tolerate it. And I think this is the exact same bull that we had, not terrorizing the herd earlier, but the female just would not tolerate him. But he seems to be enjoying hiding today. And that's okay, I'm going to give him this bit of distance now that we've turned. But he is very friendly. He did the same thing that the elephant herd earlier, walked through them. Oh, you can hear him chewing, listen. I can't believe how lucky we have been today with elephants in particular. And then of course the Torchwood girls. How lucky was it to find them back on Juma? And of course Rexon with Nzutini. How lovely. We've been so, I don't want to say lucky. We've been so gifted today. We've been absolutely gifted with the animals that we've seen. And it's been a pleasure sharing them with all of you. We thank you so much for joining us this afternoon, and we're very excited to see what the morning holds. Hopefully it is just as magical, if not even better. And nice and early and crisp in the morning. Maybe we'll get lucky and find some predators and ellies again. Nice and early. But have a lovely evening, everybody, and we'll see you in the morning.